and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand on Jupiter. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I long for, all I worship and adore. In other words, please be true. In other words, I love you. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Variable Productivity Live Stream with your host, Rodalus. The 2 is silent. Gonna get started today working on some commission that I was supposed to be done with last year, and failed to complete, to my great shame. It's not the one that you see right now, floating up before you. No. That is something that I actually did finish. I feel pretty accomplished, but I realized I get these things done a lot faster when I just sort of sit down, knuckle down, and work on them. I've also been looking at my prospects for the future, and I realize I need to learn new techniques. I need to get better at modeling. So that's what I'm going to be doing this stream. I'm really going to use my old techniques to just refamiliarize myself. I haven't touched Blender in a while. And then what I'm going to do from that point onward is I'm going to continue to work on new stuff rather than old techniques. Like, I'm going to start doing more humans. I'm going to start trying to do more stuff with materials, better textures, that kind of thing. But you gotta crawl before you can walk, as they say. So that's what I'm going to be focusing on now. I'm DJing as well. I'm going to find some music to play. I currently have no idea what I'm going to listen to, but hopefully you enjoy it. You can let me know if you don't, and then I will, I might respond. You never know. You never know how these things go. You never know which way the wind blows until you put up your finger and lick it. That's, what my mama always told me. She said nothing of the kind, but it seemed folksy. It seemed like something you would believe, even though there's no possible way. I do like to listen to myself talk. I can't hear myself, but I'm pretty sure it sounded nice. Alright, just a second while I get things set up. I have an average playback and 1 concurrent viewer. Let's do this. Let's flipping do this. Let's go ahead and find some music that will not get me copy striked. I keep doing that. I always wait till the last possible second. But I'm gonna try to do these more often, and so I'll get in a rhythm. It's been a while since I've done one of these, and for that I apologize. It's not because I have been busy, but I could have just taken some time out of my day. I don't have to go for a full 6 hours. I think my mind defaults to that sort of scenario where I'm spending 6 hours working, and then I'm like, oh, that's a whole work day. You might as well just, not do that. But today is my day off. My next day off is Monday, so hopefully I'll be coming up with another stream then, and we'll just do Mondays and Fridays, and that's when you'll see Rodalus. I'll either be here on my own personal channel or on Project Armada's channel. We'll see how that goes, I guess. But more importantly, let's get that sweet, sultry music up in here. Something to listen to that is calm, relaxing. Maybe some EDM. Yeah. Or whatever they got on the freaking track for No Straight Roads. I wonder if I put an NSR in here. NSR soundtrack. Alright, sweet. Let's do it. Hang on. I have an idea. It's pretty baller. fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. In other words, hold my hand. In other words, baby, kiss me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forever. There we go. Let's see if that's coming through. And if it's too loud or not. Alright. I'm gonna get in so much trouble for playing this. Alright. Hello, testing. So much trouble for playing this. I don't think it's getting picked up. Hang on. Testing. I don't hear it. Hang on. I don't think it's getting picked up. Hang on. Testing. Oh, it's playing. Okay. I don't hear it. Hang on. I don't think it's getting picked up. That's just the right kind of loudness. Alright, cool, sweet. Alright. It's been a long time, you guys. It's time to get into this. Welcome to the Variable Productivity... Hello, everyone. This is Roadless, and welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream. I'm your host, Roadless the 2 is silent. I said that before, but y'all wasn't here, so I figured I'd say it again. Because, like I said before, I like hearing myself talk. That's your boy, Roadless the 2. Alright. You guys let me know if the music is too loud. I don't think it is. What I'm going to go ahead and do now is we're going to go ahead and start it. It's high past time. Alright. Turn that off. Alright, sweet. So we're starting off with a basic cube. No, we aren't. I lied. We're going to move on over to work that is already in progress. Let's go ahead and file and just open it. It's not here. It's been a while, and I'm probably going to... I might even restart it, just because of how long I've been spending on it, and all the time that it took to get to where I am, and it's like... I'm not really feeling it, so I'm likely just going to delete what I have and just sort of start over, but we'll see how I feel in a moment when I take another gander at it. It's been a bit. I'm going to try to do something that I never do, and that's talk by myself, to myself. Usually, I don't do that in public. I've been trying to get better at that. We'll see, huh? Anyway, here's a face. Well, half of a face. There's a character model there. What I'm trying to do now is sort of redo some things, because I don't like the way it's looking. Personal feelings on that. I was thinking, what if I took a model that I already had and modified that? I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, as much as I'd love to do that, it just doesn't look like it's going to work out that way. It's a little too complicated for that. Yeah. And also, there's so many changes that have been made to the surface here, it just doesn't feel like it's going to work. And this is the incremental kind of... that ain't about to work feel that I'm getting from this. Good as this one, right? Oh man, it's been a while. Getting my fingers re-familiarized with the old tools here. What I'm trying to do is sort of worry this thing into shape. I might eventually start actually sculpting these things, who knows. Learn a new technique. Right. It's been such a long time. Because this thing would require me going like... So yeah, what I had done in the past was, I really am not feeling any of this. I feel like what I'm going to end up doing, I'm going to commit the cardinal sin here, and I'm going to delete all this. I don't want any of it. All of it is no good. None of it is acceptable. I don't want any of it. I'm just going to restart from scratch. We're going to, just in case I hate this decision later, I'm going to save this as something else. This is going to be Clara version 2. Because I don't like it. I kind of worked myself into a corner, and now I'm against what I was doing. Like, the other model that I was basing that one off was fine, but it was like, that doesn't work for this character for some reason. And I can't make it work. This, of course, when I'm giving concept art like this, just one angle, it's very hard for me to kind of rationalize the shapes because the author, the artist, only had to draw it from one angle. They only drew it from the front and then this kind of like weird side view for the body, which means this character's gonna get a default body. I'm gonna use a body that I've used in another model in this model. So we rely heavily on the head for the individuality, for the difference of character, because these characters would otherwise look very similar. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna start with a sphere, and then we're gonna just sort of work our way from there. I think I'm going to adopt, I don't even know if I have a technique for this. I'm just going to make a sphere head, and we're going to make a little special muzzle, and then we're just going to like tape it on, and you guys will see what I mean in a minute. We're going to be really just sort of basic with this girl. So that's where we are at right now. See my numbers going up and down. I'm just going to say hello in the chat, just in case you guys... In fact, maybe people have been talking to me, and I just didn't reload my page. Because I haven't seen anything in the chat. Nope. No, there's nothing in there. That's fine. Just want to make sure that I wasn't ignoring you guys. I feel like what's happening is people are coming in, seeing the stream, and going like, eh, and then peacing out. Which is fine. I understand that. I haven't been in the game in a while. Y'all ain't got no reason to hang out with old Rhodey. Y'all don't even know who I am. I think a lot of people did subscribe to my channel, not knowing exactly what I do, and then I haven't streamed in such a long time, they forgot that I existed, so that's all my fault. But it's not a big deal, because, once again, I do this because I like to, not because I'm trying to, in some numbers game with somebody. Like, I'm not competing with nobody. I'm the best there is. Yeah. I'm the best there is. Cursor to selected. Cursor to world origin. Selected the cursor. Selected the cursor. Alright, baby, let's do this. Let's do this. So, here at the Roadless 2 channel, what we strive to do is to make models. And that's basically it. I don't claim to be super entertaining, unfortunately. Like, if I have someone to, if anybody were to say anything, of course, I'm all about that. Love to engage. I just will not usually create conversation all by myself. Am I audible? Can I be heard? I'm all about that. Love to. Okay, yes. Okay. So make sure. Is there anybody out there? So yeah, that's what we're all about here. And I'm really trying to get into something that my co-director on Project Armada seems to be very good at, which is sort of just talking essentially to himself until someone says something. I don't know if I've ever been good at that. And while I'm not here to... I mean, the comparison has been invited, but I'm not really here to compare myself to other people. I'm here to be my own person. I keep saying that like I have some sort of self-esteem deficiency, which I assure you I don't. You won't find a more self-assured weirdo than Roadless 2, let me tell you that right now. But there is a point at which you start wondering, like, you know what? Maybe that's not the best approach. Maybe I should be more this or more that and whatnot. You ask your questions of yourself. You start to examine the self and wonder, what am I about? What's What's this guy Rodolus? Eh? Who he is? And then you ask that question just like that. And then when you ask the void, you get no answer because it don't answer your questions. That's why you talk to people. People answer questions. People care. I am rambling. You know. I know that. I am really going hard, though. And this ain't gonna stop. Unless, like... obviously there's a point to it. If you sound interesting, you become, like, people engage with you and that kind of stuff. And, I've been using, I think, people almost as a crutch for being interesting. Like, I don't say anything to people. Like, is my stream working? Is it actually happening? Did people see the... okay, notification came in. Oh, I'm at work. Oh, sorry, Alice there. Sorry, bro. That's, unfortunately, for some of my good friends, like Alasdair Turgoose, you may know him as The Guy Silver, he is, busy at work because he lived all the way across the pond in England, which is cool. We have a lot of people working on Project Armada. You know, I should probably bring up Project Armada, since I'm using my own personal channel. If I was using Project Armada's channel, there'd be more people watching, but I feel like, yeah, but also, I'm not working on anything Project Armada related, so that would be kind of silly, wouldn't it? Like, I'm not doing anything related to the project. I'm not the kind of guy who would take advantage of that platform for personal gain. Except, of course I am. I've done it before. No. What is important to me, though, is that that channel remains pristine and about the project. So anything that happens over there will be related to the project and not related to me. Rodolus 2, co-director of Project Armada. But a little bit about Project Armada. If you haven't known about me or anything that I've been doing recently, and you just sort of stumble across this channel, my name is Rodolus 2. I am a 3D modeler. I often make Sonic the Hedgehog character models. A lot. You might have noticed my work if you've checked out my, I guess, my bibliography with videos, which is not a bibliography, but a videography. Haha, I played myself. Anyway, yeah, if you check that out, you'll see that I do a lot of Sonic the Hedgehog characters and content. So that's garnered the interest of a certain director individual who will not be named here, and he was like, oh, you want to join my project? We're working on a Tails game. It's all about Tails. In my videography, there is actually a tutorial that I made about making Sonic character models, and it was a Tails model that I had made in there, and it had impressed the individual in question here, and he was like, oh, that's cool. Could you help me with some things with models and that kind of stuff? And I was kind of an lonely dude on the internet making content, and I was like, you know what, it'd be nice to be a part of a project rather than just sort of doing random stuff. I would like to engage and be involved in something bigger than myself, because I think that's just a human trait. Let me broaden the scope here and bring us all in. People like to be a part of things. Even people who don't like to be a part of things like to be a part of things. I'm making that statement in utter ignorance. Maybe some people don't. I don't care about those people. They don't make my point for me. So let me go ahead and continue with my possibly erroneous statement. The idea, though, that I could be a part of a project, a video game project, was enticing. I was like, oh, that sounds like fun. I could work on models. I could expand my brand, and people would know me as that guy who worked on models, and you know, maybe that could work itself into a career, because honestly, I don't know where this is going, like professionally or otherwise. I'm just working on models, right? I made a Tails model. Hey, how's it going? Leros. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrong. If that's not L's and those are I's, my apologies. But yeah. Thank you. It did sound pretty cool, and I was very excited to work on it. So I started working on that, started doing models, and one thing led to another, and here I am making models for this game project. The game project continued on. We had a lot of things going, ups and downs, trials and tribulations, issues within issues, but eventually I became the co-director of the project. I'm not going to get into that entire story because that's a story for another time. We'll have to set aside a video or something where I complain about what went wrong. But yeah, became the project director of Tales Adventure Armada. So as a modeler, I'm still a modeler on the project. That's still basically my main skill. So what I've been doing there, though, is I've been trying to sort of marshal the talents of the team, get people involved, keep things running. What about that got you interested in modeling to begin with? Well, so I have for a while, not a long time, maybe since 2009, but a big fan of Sonic the Hedgehog characters. I like the designs of them and that sort of thing, and I was like, you know, wouldn't it be the coolest if I could make little music videos about those characters? What if I got my hands on some 3D software and made videos like those, like the big names out there, like your Shadow 459s or any other like Mark Darklighter or whatever. And I was like, that'd be so cool. Wouldn't that be the coolest? So I went online and I was looking for things to do 3D in. Like, what's free is the first thing I decided that I'd look into. And like, you know, I looked at, because I had no intention of modeling the characters, I just wanted to animate them because I thought that would be easier, which no, it isn't. Anyway, another story, another time. I then went and found some place where I could download a model. It was a Blender model, or I think it was a Blender model. It was of Blaze. I picked it up, I downloaded it, and I was like, this is confusing looking. I don't know how to work with this. It had no rig. It was just a bunch of tries, and it was just this model. It was just standing there in T-pose, and I had no idea what to do with it. And I was kind of annoyed. I'm like, how do I? So I gave up right then and there. I stopped trying. But I always imagined like that sort of mental image of myself making models and doing like videos and that kind of stuff on YouTube stayed with me. And every time I would listen to a music video or something. Then one day, I finally gave in and decided, you know what, I will learn to do my own models. I will make my own Blaze model, or not Blaze model at the time, but I'll make my own model, I'll prove that I can do it, and then I'll get into animation somehow. So I started my first model, which was a Sally Acorn model, and it took me about a year to make, because I was just learning. I watched this tutorial series on how to make a Tim Burton character of all things, because there aren't a lot of tutorials about how to make characters like the Sonic franchise characters. You can watch like people do speed modeling, like, you know, you see a video in time-lapse form where it just goes through it really quickly, but there's not a lot of explanation as to what the techniques are or even should be when you're doing that. So like I had no idea what was the right way to do it or anything like that, so it took a while. So I just looked at things that like characters with big eyes, characters with kind of weird body proportions is what I was looking for when it came to tutorials. To this day, there aren't a lot of tutorials about these kind of characters. I think I might have one of the only character tutorials, and it's out of date and I need to make a new one. Okay, so like I saw all of that, and then I just started making a character. It looks like total garbage. If you check out my DeviantArt account and you look way back to 2014, you'll find it there, being just the worst looking thing. I think I used like this weird brown paper texture. But yeah, I wanted to get into it because I wanted to make my own fan art. I wanted to make my own videos, and I still really haven't, because animation is a whole other discipline that is significantly more difficult. Not difficult, but it's like you have to kind of put the same amount of effort into animation as you do as the modeling. Like, and my brain wasn't ready for it and wasn't willing to adapt. So I still haven't necessarily become the animator that I wanted to be, but I got halfway there with the modeling. So I feel kind of happy that that happened. So like, you know, part of my dream has come true already. We're doing pretty good, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. And from then on, right, like I was saying before, I attracted the attention of some people and joined the Project Armada. I became a 3D modeler for the project. I was always interested in, like, you know, the process of how to make the game project work, more so than even the game ideas itself. I was like, how do we make this happen, though? Who do we talk to? What do we do? You know, this, that, and the other thing. And I found myself in a management position, and then when the previous director up and left, I became the director of the project, and my co-director is Katan Uchiha. Check him out on Twitter at Katan4525. And he's the lead concept artist. And, yeah, so, like, that's kind of where it ended up. That's kind of how it started for us. That's kind of how our story began. Where it goes from here is anyone's guess. I believe towards a actual game project being released sometime in the next 2 years, given how much difficulty or how much work there is to do. A lot of new things need to be learned, a lot of new methods, like rigging, animation. I need to get more familiar with Unity. The game is being built in Unity, by the way, and all that kind of stuff. But I feel like we're up to the task. We've put together a pretty talented team. And if you ever want to check us out, we're on Twitter at Tales Armada, Project Armada. Yeah, Project Armada. Or you can check out our website, talesadventure.com. Yes, we got that. We took it. We bought that domain because for some reason nobody at Sega ever thought to. Which means that if this game ever does get released, we're going to be in a lot of trouble and we're going to have to relinquish it almost immediately. But it'll be worth it because it's freaking sick. Yeah. But yeah, so the game is like a continuation or a spiritual successor, a kind of a sequel in a way to the original Tales Adventure game, which came out for the, let me say the right thing here, the Game Gear, many, many long years ago. Grab along the x-axis here. There we go. Let's turn on the, yeah, there we go. Move this up. So yeah, so that's where we are right now. Working on the game project has been interesting, it has been entertaining, it has been difficult, but it has been a learning experience, like I said before, and every new thing that we discover about how to make games will be beneficial, I believe, in the future, because I do intend with this team to keep making things. Like, I feel like there's no reason to stop if we successfully release this game, working with each other, and perhaps releasing our own IP, which would be really sweet, in my opinion, because it would be a nice culmination of the work that we've all done and the things that we've learned, the modeling that I've learned how to do, and all that kind of stuff will have all come to a nice fruition thing. So, also, it's really hard to stay in charge of a game project if you're not really, like, doing anything on it or being a part of it. So, like, I don't want my skills to stagnate, which is why I am starting up my streaming again, because I haven't modeled anything new since Scream, which is a character from our game, which is an enemy battle bird, because Tails is fighting the battle birds again in our story. There was an artist named Maka. She made some super cute redesigns for Sonic characters, maybe an RPG? LOL. Is that the same thought? Are you saying is she working, or what was it? Was she working on an RPG? I remember at one point there was like this RPG fan game called was it Sonic Dimensions or whatever? Not entirely certain. But yeah, no. We're still working on the project. Of course, we're still accepting applications if anyone's interested in working with us, because there's a lot left to do. We are by no means done. The journey continues. We are gonna make the sickest fan game, the likes of which the world ain't never seen before. And that's a boast that I'm making. And I feel entirely justified in making it. So come at me. Come at me, though. Alright. Grab along the x-axis here. Yeah. So, that's what's happening today. I realize there's a lot of stuff to learn. Like, a lot of things... Oh, I understand. You know, you gotta sell yourself, right? Or who else will? But you know, I don't want to be too crazy. A little bit of self-deprecation there didn't never hurt nobody. I guess it hurts you a lot because that's what it is. Quite literally the definition of it. So, no, but I am not gonna get all crazy full of myself. I work on this fan game project, kind of at the mercy of the company. They only happen to let us do it because I guess they don't care enough about their own IP to stop people from making fan games. Or maybe they do care and they just want to see the kinds of things the fans are interested in. I would not be surprised if what it is that Sega is doing is monitoring and looking at the pulse of all the different fan games that are being made in Sage and other things like that, and just going all like, seems like people are reacting poorly to these ideas and well to these ideas. Maybe we should continue making Boost Formula games. I don't know. I doubt it, but it's funny to me as a thing I'm musing on now. Now, okay, let's turn on the mirror again. So I see my problem already. Her head is too wide, I think, by much. So what we're going to do is we're going to scale it in on the Z-axis there. We're going to turn on the clipping. There we go. Bring that head together, baby. Alright. Yeah. So yeah, it's been a very interesting time. I also want to, like I said before, get back into modeling, learn new techniques, get better at it, make different types of things rather than just Sonic the Hedgehog characters. As fun as it is, it's become a bit formulaic, and I think that might have had something to do with the reason why I haven't made anything new in a while, because I'm always making the same thing, and maybe my brain got bored, and it's like, I don't want to do this anymore. Come at me with something more interesting, bro, or I'm quitting. So, I'm working on this because it's a commission, because I do take commissions from time to time, and I've been needing to finish this thing for a very long time. So that's my goal today. Yeah, I wanna start doing other things. I wanna start trying new things, like humans, maybe robots, buildings, so that way I can be a more well-rounded 3D modeler. Because I know I can, it's just I've gotten into like a little bit of a comfort zone rut. So I only do one type of thing usually. And it's no good. It's no good. Gonna turn on the subdivision surface thing here and see what that would look like. I am using more vertices than I normally would under normal circumstances, and this may cause an issue. Subdivision surface. Yowza. Dude, same. I usually just end up modeling places or items instead of characters, right? It's one of those things. It's like, oh, this is what I'm used to doing. And a lot of people are like, oh man, I hate doing characters and that kind of stuff. And like, well, I understand that. But I think it's where I started, so that's where I'm comfortable. And it's one of those things I gotta break from, you know? Just gotta... There we go. I gotta just say, hey man, if I'm gonna be a real artist and not just a guy who makes Sonic models all the time, I've got to actually sort of train myself a little bit. So alright. But yeah, no, like, I don't do a lot of objects, but I should do more objects. Do more, just more stuff that I'm not familiar with, you know, to become a better modeler. Do more, oh man, human characters, sculpting, I'm not used to. I do this. This is my usual method of modeling, which is vertex editing. And it's comfortable for me. I'm used to it. The flow is familiar. And I could do it forever, practically. You know, I've had streams where I've gone for several hours just working on that. And it's just like, you know, oof. I'm on the y-axis there a little bit. I think it's time to do one of these. Loop, cut, and cut. And then we're gonna bring her nose bridge in a bit. It separates the artists from the art boys. So yeah, that's my gripe on art. I don't want to spend all my time doing Sonic stuff. As much as I love it, it was an easy way in, but it's not the end of the road, you know? Because Sonic characters are relatively easy to make. They're very simple. They're just heads with bodies. And sure, everyone's a head with a body, but their heads are the most complex part, and then after that, you're pretty much home free. Everything else is just like, you know, this body, what is this? It's just like a stick figure. It's got like some arms. These are cylinders. This is a cylinder. Gonna do a little bit for the bust there, and the tail is another cylinder that will be basically permanently in one shape. The feet are a cylinder with a sphere maybe as the bottom. This is all texture work more than I'm gonna be modeling anything. The mouth is gonna be difficult only because I have to make the teeth, but other than that, no, it's not a difficult situation here. I was only running into a wall because I was unwilling to restart the thing, but I'm restarting the model now. I've given up on trying to make this thing work. Grab along the x-axis. Not because it was, like, it was not up to my standards. So, what got you into modeling, if you don't mind me asking the question? Leileros? And also let me know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. I don't want to be saying it the wrong way. Characters a little bit different than normal Sonic characters, given the fact that their eyes are kind of steepled at the top, but you know, that's expected. You say you usually do places and items. This actually might be a better way of doing it. This is actually just easier to control. Oh no. Oh no. I have to bring those cheeks up a little bit more too, it looks like. Okay, fine. We'll bring up the cheeks. Don't tell me that. Don't say I never gave you nothing. Alright. So yeah. More about Tails Adventure Armada, I guess, in the meantime, while I wait on that reply. 3D platformer. Not a typical Sonic fan game where you run fast to the end of the level. It's about exploration and combat and collecting. It's more like, I guess the apocryphal word to say would be more like Legend of Zelda or something. I know, it's illegal, it's wrong, but we were like, why do all of the Sonic fan games have to be, or Sonic games have to be the same? What if they just made a different type of game and used Sonic characters to tell the story within it? You know? And maybe that's been done before. Oh, I got it because I wanted to make my own fan games as a more mature successor to the Sly Cooper series, but I have been stagnating a lot lately, so I'm trying to get back into the groove. I completely understand that. Freaking stagnation. I have so I've been working on the game project for a long time, so it's been my kind of excuse, but I really haven't done anything model-wise. I used to make models all the time. There used to be a new thing coming out every other week from me, but I was like, you know, I just got so bogged down in what I was doing, I sort of just stopped working on the thing that I loved doing, which I do love making models. I love it. It's fun. But yeah, like, that stagnation thing, it hits you. It'll hit you. So I appreciate that. What you're saying. Also, you pronounced it right, but some people call me Lelo. LOL. Oh, because it seems French, I guess. Shugix Cube. Wow. How's it going, Shugix Cube? Welcome to the Variable Productivity Livestream. I am your host, Rodalus the 2. Rodalus 2. That's the name. Or 2 is silent. You can call me Rodalus. However you wish. Just don't call me late for dinner, right? Anyway, so I'm just here working on a fan character commission that should have been done with for a long time. Like, I don't even want to talk about how long it's been. Sugar Cube, man, but good. Okay, Sugar Cube. I will make sure to call you Sugar Cube, not Shugix. Sugar. Very good. Excuse me. It is good to see you here, or see your text here, more accurately, as no one can see anyone here, because my camera's not on, because my room is a mess, and I will not show you that. I mean, I don't even know why I said that. Anyway, thanks for coming. Just gonna do some modeling here today, as we do. Getting back into the groove, because, you know, why not? What game engine you use? We are using Unity. Unity is the game tool that we're using to build this game in. We are also using something called the Prower engine, which is a heavily modified version of the Bumper engine used to make such games as... I don't actually know what they used to make. There was one, and it straight up slipped my mind. I think it was that Sonic... Adventure DX. No, not Adventure. It had Mighty the Armadillo in it, but I'm trying to remember exactly who made that. What the name of the game was. Anyway, they used the Bumper engine. We're using something we're calling the Prower engine. It's modified to work for our purposes by our lead programmer, Mr. Animatic, Ryan McDonald. He is a really good programmer. He is always coming up with new ways to change and innovate the game, make it more interesting, more I don't even know the word I'm about to use. Just more a deeper experience, a more interesting experience. Sometimes I gotta rein it in because his ideas sometimes may outstrip the scope of our game. But yeah, that's what we are using, and we're building our models in Blender. Some of our modelers though do prefer using Maya, so that's perfectly fine as long as they export to us an FBX file, and then I'll just convert it to put the rig into the character model if I need to, and apply all the shape keys if I have to, that kind of thing. Yeah, so it's an interesting process. It's a fun process. We're learning all kinds of things about video games that I never knew. You know, I have only ever guessed at. It seems so easy because all these other people are professionals and we're amateurs. You know, we've never made a video game before, but I feel like with the team assembled, we got a chance. And yeah, it's gonna be pretty flippin' awesome when it's done. What I've got to make sure that I do, though, is I don't sink all of my free time into it like I have been. This year has been particularly hard, so I've been like, oh man, I don't want to think about anything else. I'm just going to work on this game project because it's just, I guess it's been easier. My mind is just, I don't have to focus on my own projects. I can just work on this. It's been my emotional and, what's the word I'm looking for? Creative outlet for the entire year, and, you know, it's done its job, but I feel like it's time to get back into doing my own stuff. Because I've been wanting to make new models. Not just human models either. Not just that new stuff to learn new things. I've been wanting to make new Sonic character models that I've been meaning to do. I've been wanting to work on other projects. Make animations finally. You know, that kind of thing. Get back. Take that one back. Oh, that affected nothing. Did that? No. Ba-doop. Alright, grab on the Z-axis. Grab on the Z. Grab on the Z. What's the name of the character you were modeling, or is this your OC? This is not my OC. This is an OC of an individual on DeviantArt named Derpichu. This is their character. Their name is Clara. And I've been meaning to finish this forever. I just have not had time, or I have been procrastinating. More accurately, I've been procrastinating. And finally, I'm redoing it. Because I've made a character for this person before. That character's name was Casey. I'll just show you that real quick. Let me open recent, so you know what I'm talking about. Hang on just a second. So this is the other character model that I made, Casey the Hedgehog. It's similar looking, but it's not quite the same. There's a lot of differences between these two characters. One of them is a hedgehog, that's obvious. But the other thing is just its head shape, her hair, all that kind of stuff. But usually when I get commissions, they ask for, like, you know, what comes included is, like, you know, a rig so that you can control them and pose them and do renders and whatnot. Do all that kind of stuff. So what I'm doing is basically, I was gonna try to use this one as a base, but that's not gonna work out, so I'm really just gonna be starting from scratch. I'll be using the body again, but the face, it wasn't gonna work that way. But yeah, so that's I love her hair mostly. Oh, I love her hair mostly. Oh, glad you like it. So we're gonna be going back to this character, Clara. I have so much work to do on that hair, though. I'm gonna start with the head. We're gonna make the body, and then we're probably gonna come back to the hair. Or it depends on how I feel. I might just jump right into it. It's definitely gonna be a separate object to start with, and then we're just gonna sort of work our way back to it. We're gonna bring in this eye ridge a little bit too. It always gets a little difficult around here because you pull it too much, it starts looking really flat on the sides. But it has to be done. It must be done. And that's why I had to start from the beginning, because it just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough wiggle room to work with it. There you freaking go. Closer to the actual width of these things. All right, sweet. All right. Hey. Alright, so, that being said, that all being done there, let's do something here, and we're going to turn off this, shade smooth. That's more or less what it'll be looking like. Alright. Hey, alright. It's looking better here. Yeah, glad you like the hair. Let's see here. See me pull that back a little bit. Yeah. Never mind. All right. So. What else do I want to say? It's not much. This is the issue I always run into. I'm bored. My streams are uninteresting. So, what are you guys up to there in the chat? How's it going? Gonna try to bring in that face a little bit. Needs to be a little scaled on the y-axis to flatten it out just a bit, make it look more there. Yeah. There we go. Very nice. When you work on a project, do you make a separate save for when you are about to make significantly more progress? Oh, I usually make saves at every stage. And when I'm about to do something that I'm not sure about, I save the current version of the thing, and then I, like, set it aside just in case I hate the decision that I'm about to make later. I do typically do that. So if I make a real big change, like a drastic change that might break something, I go, alright, I'm going to save this where it is, and then we'll come back if I hate it. I like to leave myself that little wiggle room, because, yeah, no, it gets pretty high stakes the closer you get to completion. I find it a good thing to do because sometimes I make a mistake I do not like. Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. And that's a no good. That's no good. It's you hate to see it, but you know it's likely to happen. So, you know, I understand that completely. And I agree with that that caution. Because, you know, the only other option at that point is to start from scratch, and that's no bueno, really. It's no good. Most unhappy decision you ever have to make working on anything. You're just like, oh, well, you know, we tried, but then we ruined it, so now it's bad. There's nothing we can do to fix it. It's over. I'm gonna bring these out a little bit. I keep wanting to do more with these cheeks. Just gonna puff those out a little bit. Let's see here. Better to only repeat 30 minutes instead of 3 hours. Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Yeah. Especially, yeah, like I said, the closer you get to something that's like completion, but then you're like, oh, I have a thought. What if I did this? And then the more likely something bad's gonna happen, and then you're just like, well, that was the whole wash. Now the only thing I want to do now is go to bed. Come back at it tomorrow. I've been there. It's no fun. It's one of those things you learn about. I don't know. I'm sure if I took a class on this formally, they would say, yeah, make sure to save your projects in multiple projects. Like, oh. Had to learn the hard way. The school of, this isn't working out very well. You have to start over. Sorry, bro. Her nose doesn't do that, does it? It actually just sticks out. It doesn't go up. Does it? No. So I'm doing this all wrong. Let's not bring that up so much then. Have that along the Z-axis, bring it down. She doesn't have a long nose either from the looks of it. I was only given one piece of concept art. Like, usually I like more, but the more art I get, the more I can make it like what the commissioner wants. The more of my imagination I have to use. And while I'm all willing to do that, if you don't like it, then should have given me more to work with, bruh. Sorry. On the Y-axis. That's looking vaguely vague and indistinct, but you know, she's missing. She needs some ears to put her head together because it's like it doesn't look right. But I think it's fine. I think it's actually gonna be fine. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna first, before we do anything else, we're gonna elongate it, bring it up a little bit, grab along the Z-axis, boom shakalaka. I realize this is a school day for a lot of people. It's Friday. I don't know why in the world I decided to do this today. I mean, besides the fact that it's my day off. But, oh well. What are you gonna do, right? Excuse me. It's like I'm hearing like a person talking. It's odd. That's what it is. Her cheeks feel like they should be up higher in the center, and they should be. That's how her face is shaped, so if I can do that without ruining it. On my phone? Let's go back. I don't like where it's going. I don't like where this is going. It's not exactly what I wanted. It's actually much sharper towards the end, so... What I most likely should have done. Let's grab along the X. Like that. Yeah. All right. So let's see. Da-ba-da-ba-da. Da-ba-da-ba-da. See why they don't have the music in there. These are all boss tracks, but it's hard to tell. There's a rhythm game. Alright. I'm like killing myself over this face shape. Sorry, I'm whistling. That's probably very annoying to listen to. My bad. Alright. Alright, let's see here. What else was I gonna say? Yeah, so, once again, as a modeler, I'm not a sculptor. I am a vertex editor. So as you can see, I am just grabbing the individual faces or individual vertices at a lot of point and just squeezing them into shape, which is a tedious process and probably less efficient than sculpting. That's one of the things I'm going to have to teach myself to do better. But I'm like much more comfortable with this because it's, like I said, the thing I learned first. So like, oh, it's perfectly fine for me. I mean, for the time being, sure. Eventually got to change things up. Time to do these muffly muff ears that this girl's got. This thing is so hyper stylized, it's kind of tough to make it this way. Because vertex editing is almost like if you have sort of a very basic design. Not to say that I can't do it, it's just, it's gonna be interesting, because I'm gonna make it out of shapes rather than sculpting. So her ears come out around here. Yeah, alright. Okay, let's see. That's practically Kingdom Hearts music. What are you doing? My emotions, they've been hurt. Alright. It's actually gonna be very simple. It's gonna be... sculpting is pretty balls to start, but if you can get past that hill, it helps a lot for detailing. I can imagine. Just need to sit down one time, maybe get a computer that can handle having a high vertex count and also sculpt. Because it kind of don't work. Like it can, I know it can. It's just, I don't know, it's weird. You know, selected. you 8. Okay. So we're gonna do a. I guess we're gonna do a cube with 8 friggin' points to connect. I usually do not do cubes. It's usually like a sphere. Maybe a UV sphere, huh? Could have done it like. Yeah, the lag can be real. That's my only real like issue with it. Is like it's so much time I gotta, and then I'm like, ooh, is it gonna crash? Because my computer's a bad habit of just going like, oh, I'm done now, and then just straight up crashing out. And it's like, oh, what am I gonna do now? What is there to be done now? Turn off clipping for the moment so I can move this. Yeah, it does look a little bit like Mickey Mouse. You're not wrong. It's not though. I promise. It's goofy. Kidding. All right, scale this down. Mickey Mouse. A fun fact, this copyright runs out in a few years. Yeah, it should have been over years ago, but they keep extending it. I guess Disney can no longer do that. Is that what we're saying here? Because it's like it keeps sort of like, no, it's still ours. You can't touch it. The minute he's public domain, he's gonna be all over the place. It's gonna be funny as heck. And it's like, oh no. He's gonna find him in just all kinds of stuff. They've been trying so hard to keep hold of that particular copyright for decades after it's been meant to be public domain. I'm pretty sure they might even be able to hold on to it again, but it would be funny if they didn't. It's like, ah ha ha, look at you. Look at that thing that you use. Now anyone can use it. Not uniquely yours, which I can imagine being sort of vexing as a company. It's like, well, why can't it be ours anymore? We're solely rights to make money off it. But it's also, you didn't invent it. It was a man named Walt Disney who did, and he died many years ago. Life plus 40, I think, right? That's how that's supposed to work? That's not looking the best right now. That looks weird. I didn't do a very good job on that. We're gonna fix it. They don't go that far in. In fact, I'm not even certain they really are that detailed. I'm just going to scale that along the y-axis. The fun fact, copyright runs out. Okay. Oh wow, says Sugar Cube. 100 years after the death of the creator, Mickey Mouse-ism. Mickey Mouse-ism. Oh boy, sounds like some sort of weird tax philosophy. Under the tenets of Mickey Mouse-ism, we can keep making money off the same thing forever because we're Disney and that's what we do these days. We are out here making money. That's the bills we pay, you know. We up in the his house, the house of the mouse, ain't about to be doused, you know. Anyway, Mickey Mouse is gonna be TikToks. Is gonna be TikToks. Oh. Just a new TikTok is gonna sweep the nation. Mickey Mouse everywhere. It's just like, oh no, stop it, please. Like, no, it'll never stop. That'll be a weird world to live in. I mean, it's no weirder than the one that I currently already live in. A what? Alright, hit that with the, smooth shade. I can probably scale this a little bit too. Yeah. Uh-huh. What? That's right. Mickey Mouse TikTok's gonna be the best. Everybody's gonna love him, put him to the test. Making fun of the house the mouse built. Everybody out here talking mouse spit. I don't know. I was gonna go somewhere with that. But as you know, I'm not good at rap. I like to pretend that I am, though. But I know that I got the whack flow. Scale on the y-axis. Alright. I am trying to make this work. We will see. How many more variations on a theme do you think we can do here? The game developers for No Straight Roads is like, yes. So wait a minute. So it kind of like pushes outward, and then the other thing kind of. Actually, what am I doing? Why don't I make this look nice rather than try to make it look exactly like it does here? Okay, because that's good for 2D, but it won't work in 3D. So I gotta make a judgment call here. Hey, I wanna be the very best, but no one ever was. Catch them, my real test. Okay, let's see what people are saying. Laughs in No More Heroes, one theme. Right? One theme. Now, okay, so this isn't exactly that. No Straight Roads is a music rhythm game. And this is all from one level / boss fight in the game. This is the Inu boss fight theme. And part of it is canon in D, and then they did their own kind of remix to it. And so they're adding all like this. So it's kind of cool because these all get layered together when you're actually playing the boss fight. And it's pretty friggin' sick. But they like have all these different things by themselves. Alright, let's see here. Hey! How's it going, Joshua Simonson? I am back. Hi, how you doing? What's good? Welcome to the Vario Productivity live stream. I'm your host with the most. My name is Rodalus Yeem. That could be a thing. People would start saying Yeem instead of Yeet. Then I would corner the market. Then I would be the popular guy. Everyone would love me. Man, Dark. It has been a long time. I think the last stream I did, quite literally on my page, on my YouTube channel, it says, I always date my VPLs, which is what this is, VPL. And I think the last one I did was like sometime around August. It's been months. Yeah. Too long, says Justin Simonson. I agree with you. I know it's been forever, and I don't mean to not do this. My head was in... I was in a rut. I'm not gonna lie. I'm trying to break that. Trying to do more things. Finish these commissions that I've been needing to finish for about 1,000 gajillion flipping years. And then move on with my life and make more Sally models, because that's what I'm all about. Anyway, no, so I need to get back into the groove. Need to get back into what I do, you know? And that is happening today. Because I realized that I can continue talking about doing stuff and then do nothing. Or I can get started and at least be on my way. Even if it takes a long time to get back to where I used to be. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, as the proverb goes. I don't like these ears. I'll have to work on them some more. But I'm not entirely certain the artist even intended with these ears. So yeah, how y'all doing? Well, to Josh, he's the new guy here. How are you doing? How you going? This is not gonna work. Maybe it will. Oh, the ears look so cute, though. Oh, you like them? I'm trying to work it out. I'm not 100% happy yet, but we'll keep fiddling with them until I am. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Maybe go with a more triangular, like a real squirrel's ear. Yeah, perhaps. We can do that. Wow. I think I'm getting close, actually, with this sort of bend in the thing. If I just sort of taper them in, maybe I can get that triangular look you're talking about. It looks almost like he's got, like, Sandy ears. Like, you know, the character Sandy Cheeks from the beloved children/adults cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants. I can dig it a little bit. Maybe bring them in a little bit onto the x-axis. Rotate along the y-axis. What's happening? Oh. Not quite. Yep, there's always that option. Right. We won't keep fighting until I figure it out. Because that is the nature of what I do. I never start at the solution. I always work my way toward it. I'll grab on the x-axis. Oh, I see. Only connected only, please. Thank you. world is this? Is that an extra vertice? Is that an extra vertex I see? Unacceptable. Truly. We about to consolidate you, buddy. Oh, I see why that is. Alright, well, that's not okay. Alright, let's see here. Hey, yeah, okay. Okay. That's great. Doing pretty good today. Having a heck of a time. Let's see here. Welcome to Bounce. Luck with the stream. Thank you very much, I'm sorry. Layla Rose. Thanks for coming by. Hope to see you again next time we're doing a stream. Hopefully I'm doing a stream next Monday, and I'm sure everyone's busy, so it might be a later stream than today. But thank you for stopping by once again. We very much appreciate it. I very much appreciate it. Just gonna have to step up my game and get back in, baby. You know what they say. Alright. Trying to come up with some good bullcrap to talk about. It's hard. I don't know how Katon does it, to be honest. At last. Alright, that's closer to what I want. We gotta do a little work on here. It's looking pretty good, I think. Getting closer to what I'm looking for. Not quite. We'll just bring the entire thing down so it'll squish in a little bit. That's what we'll do. Ba 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 da ba ba da boo. Excuse me. Okay. It's coming together, I think. Not quite yet, but we're almost there. I'm getting close. I got a feeling. Hey, how's it going, PJ Squared? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I'm your host, Rodolus. The 2 is silent. Today we are working on some stuff, working on a commission that I've been needed to get done. I came upon it, I looked at it, I was like, I hate everything about it. So I've deleted the old model and we're starting over. But I'm feeling way better about this right now than I did earlier today. So I think it was the right decision. Sometimes you gotta throw it out, start over again. This character that I'm working on right now is Clara. She's a squirrel, I guess, and yeah, that's what it is. That's what it's about. Squirrel girl, no doubt. Hear me shout. I'm listening to some music. I hope that it's not copyright protected. Otherwise, I'm in very much trouble. This is from a video game. Usually, you're safe with those, but, you know, sometimes you're not. But that only hurts the playback. If you can't watch it again, it's unfortunate. You just had to be here. When I think about it, who actually sits here and watches these things as they play out over the course of 6 hours? No one I know. Okay. Oh, looks good. Yep, throw it out. Start over again. Great to see you online with a VPL. Yeah, it's been a little bit trying to get back in the old ways, doing my stuff like I did in the old days, and like get good at this job. Because I want to get better. I want to improve my skills, and I realize I can't do that. Because like I'm working on the project, and the game project right now. I've used it as an excuse to keep working, just doing on that. But when I think about it, if I want to work in the game industry, which is a possibility, I think, at this point, distant, but a possibility, I want to have something to offer, and being the idea guy or the person who was, say, the director of the project, while that is a skill, it's less obvious than something like modeling. Like, I can tell someone, yeah, I worked on this game project. The only way to prove that you are a successful director is to have a game come out and you still to be the director. But I can be a modeler and the game project could fail. Not that I expect it to, mind you. I'm just saying, like, this is a better way to, like, you know, show off what I can do to someone who is not familiar with Tales of Adventure Armada before the game is finished. They'll be like, oh, you can model. That's pretty cool. We'd like to pay you for that. So yeah, the Tales of Adventure Armada is more like a, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a long-term investment, and this is more investing in my skills and getting better at doing models and that kind of stuff, which of course I should be doing because no artist worth their salt sits and rests on their laurels, especially this early in their career, as I have not accomplished anything yet of note. I mean, I've accomplished things, but nothing that, you know, I could sell. Not distant, near future, but you were right. Very good game plan. Well, thank you. So yeah, I want to learn new things like, you know, materials work. I'm thinking I'm gonna actually break down and buy a subscription to Substance Painter, which is the industry standard texturing and material making tool that everybody uses, and learning how to do that so that, you know, I'm more versatile and can sort of work on stuff that isn't just what I usually do. So I'm going to be doing that. I think I'm going to go in and buy a drawing pad with a screen on it so I can see stuff as I'm working on it, you know, and I'm just going to improve my skills in modeling and all around material making, and I think that would be a good direction to go in, especially as I do what I do. Because I was lying awake one night wondering, what exactly is it that I want to do? Like, what is all of this leading to? What are my skill sets that I've been developing going towards? And I really couldn't tell myself. I was like, well, you know, I could do this and that and the other thing. I was like, but what of that is demonstrable? What can I show to people? So that's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, why not? That's why you work. Invest in your future. Exactly. I'm working a job that I don't particularly love. Might as well invest in something that I would like to do and then try to get a job doing that. So, yeah, that's what the paycheck is for. It supports my Blender habit. I've said this before. I've never meant it more than I have now. I don't hate my job. I'm glad I have it. And like this situation right now, many people don't. But when you think about it, yeah. It's important to be looking ahead always. Because pretty soon a robot will be able to do the job that I do very easily. Actual facts. Alright. So yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Getting back into this, finishing this commission that I was supposed to finish forever ago. I don't even want to talk about how late it is. Because it's depressing. So I'm just going to finish it and pretend that this didn't happen. Alright. I'm liking the nose better a lot more now. Hit the save button real quick. I'm thinking we're coming together on the head here. Getting close on that shape. The mouth is really hard to model for me. You're not alone. Sometimes the mouths are difficult. Like, a lot of the times the mouths are difficult. It really depends on how much expression you want to get into it, because if you're just doing something quick and dirty, like an open and close, smile, frown job, not that hard, but if you want to get phonemes in there, like A, E, I, O, U shapes and all that kind of like special stuff, it's a challenge. Especially the way I do it, which is like, I don't make the individual mouth shapes when they make, like, you know, facial expressions. I just make it so that they can have enough range of motion in the shape keys so that the animator can move them around as they see fit. Though I feel like in the future I'll be making bespoke shapes so that it'll be just easier to switch through them. But yeah, no, so you got like this character. The mouth is a part of the head. So what I'm going to end up doing... Man, I'm not happy. But I feel like there's like no way to achieve the shape perfectly. But I also feel like that's a freaking cop-out. Hang on. Bring this real quick. Grab this on the x-axis a little bit. Now she's looking like, what's her name? Thunderbolt. The chinchilla from Archie Sonic. Let me bring this up. Boom, boom. Hang on. Grab that on the x-axis. Well, I'm multitasking on a webinar training, working on a document, listening to the vote counts on TV, and got you on my phone. It's a great day. Hell, glad to be a part of your multitasking mix, PJ Squared. Any tips you say? Okay, I just saw Sugar Cube your question. So, PJ, glad to be a part of your multitasking. Sugar Cube. When it comes to mouths, I don't know exactly how you usually start, but like what I learned when I was starting out, and what I still do, is typically with these kinds of characters, is I choose the vertices. Like, you build around the mouth. Like, you build knowing that you're gonna have a mouth some point. So you decide, okay, where's the mouth gonna be? How high up on the face? This one is a little bit random because the drawing was made with no intention of actually having this thing modeled. But what's gonna happen here is what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it about this wide. It's going to go from cheek to cheek. So like boom, 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 boom. But it's not going to be this high up. That's too high. It actually needs to go down here, which looks a little crazy. But what we're going to end up doing is we're going to extrude. Usually I use the extrude option, and I put a... Oops. Hang on. I forgot. Need to turn the clipping back on. Oops. Alright. So I extrude, right? And then I move that thing along the y-axis back in. I don't know if this is too high or too low. Grab along the z-axis. So that looks a bit wide, right? But we're gonna be moving things around to bring it to the front. Like, we're gonna now grab the bottom of the mouth and do that with it. And basically, when you make the mouth, you immediately start closing it to make sure it lines up the way you want it to. But when you do mouths, you want to make sure that there's at least a whole vertice, right? A whole face that can be used as a mouth corner. Because when you have a whole face, it makes it easier to make things like smiles and frowns and that kind of stuff. If you only find yourself with, like, you know, a single line like this, it makes it a lot more difficult to get all, like, you know, to get the control that you need when you start doing shape keys to make the mouth shape properly. So that would be my first tip. Make sure that you have enough space, or that there is a full-on mouth shape thing going on. Of course, as you make the extrude inward, you want to go Control R. I don't know if you use Blender or not, so a lot of these hotkeys may not work for you. But I'm a Blender guy ever since I started. I mean, one day I might get into Maya if I have to, but while Blender is free and I don't have to pay for it, I'm gonna keep using it. Thank you very much. But bring that in. Grab this along the Z-axis. What is going on with the back of her head? When did this happen? That's weird. I don't know why that happened. Easily fixed, though, thankfully. Sometimes just weird stuff be happening on your model, and it's like, well, why did that happen? And it's like, I don't have a reason for that. Or an explanation, and there won't be one. Alright. Alright. Boom shakalaka. This character doesn't have much of a neutral face. This little tiny thing is not what I'm going to use as a basis. I'm going to basically assume that her mouth, when fully open, goes from one cheek to another, and then it's just closed when she's not talking, so... this model is not meant to be animated. It's just, I want to make sure that everything looks passable for this. So I'm going to bring that forward a little bit, grab along the Y-axis. Another thing you want to do, of course, as you go inside of the mouth is expand it, because no one's mouth is a straight sliver that goes inside of their head. It's a cavity, and you gotta kind of treat it that way. Not as a cavity, you know what I mean, though. Oh, turn that off first of all. Hit you up with another R. She's getting some weird jowl thing going on here. It's not exactly what I want, so I'm going to grab that. Keep doing that to myself. I'm going to turn the mirror off here, just so I can see what I'm doing. I'm a blendered person, too. I see. Hey, I see you. Hi. Hi, fellow blenderer. How's it going? I mean, I assumed, but, you know, a lot of people do use Maya, and they're very good at it, and it looks very nice and everything like that. It's just like, you know what? One of these days, when I have more money, maybe, or if I actually start making a living off of modeling, then yeah, sure, we'll look into it. But right now, gonna keep doing things for free. Because I'm cheap. That's what I'm about, man. Don't go on a date with me. Messing around. We're gonna bring in the corners of her mouth a little bit more too, because I don't want it to be too like she looks like she's got like some sort of spit situation going on here, like an old dog or something, just like a big old basset hound or something. We don't want that. I'm gonna tighten those lips a bit. Grab them on the X-axis. Grab on the Y. Oh, I've grabbed far too much. We're gonna hit it with a little bit of the what's this thing called? Connected. The proportional editing. That's what that's called. I keep not remembering that. Okay. Sweet. Alright, Camille, calm down, hang on. May have done the wrong thing. Maybe I made her mouth too wide to start with. Which would be my bad. Okay, yeah, her mouth probably could stand to be smaller, but, too late now, right? No, not really. I could just do this. Oh, that would actually ruin it. Never mind. Calm down. Calm down. Alright, like, quick tip. Select one vert, face, edge, hold control command, and select the other face to make the path. Select. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. That's, Wait, no, maybe I don't know what you mean. Select one vertices, then hold and select another vert. Huh. Interesting. I mean, I knew that already, didn't I? Maybe I didn't. No, actually, I've never done that before. That's a useful tip. Thank you very much, Sugar Cube. I have never done that before, but I might need that in the future. I appreciate that. Cool. It's not particularly going to help me right now, but I'm really considering deleting this mouth because I might want to start over again. Can I? Do I have enough back? I don't think I do. I think I may have made the... Nope. Almost? Alright, fine. Okay. I think it might be time to just put it here. Oh, that's Katon making noises again. You can ignore him. I always do. Hey, how's it going, CRW Gamer? CRW Gamer. Crew Gamer. What's going on, bro? Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. The secret ingredient is you. I can't believe I've only been going for like almost 2 hours. Only 2 hours. Almost 3 hours, I guess, at this point. It's almost 2. I started at 12. That's not a bad run. I don't actually know when I'm going to stop. Probably sometime around 3 or 4 or never. I don't know. Usually I stop at 6 because I run these things for about 6 hours. But I might want to go outside and breathe some air for a little bit. Who knows? It might get crazy up in here. Oh, right. I keep forgetting about that. Turn off the turn on clipping here. And then extrude that one inward and then... So I am back from outer space, y'all. Grab along the y-axis. Let's turn this off. So that's a lot of the front of her face. So that's obviously not acceptable as it is. Control R. There we go. Okay, so that's what I usually do, and then somehow I forgot. See, this is what happens when you don't practice for several months. I think the last brand new model I made was that little Battlebird grunt or scream. I think it was Battlebird grunt. Which, while a pretty good model, apparently wasn't enough to help me remember how to do my job. Alright, cool, sweet. So we're gonna move it onward some more. Hola! Hola! Or holla. No, I think it's hola. You just didn't put the accents on it, which is fine. You don't have to do that if you don't know how to do that. I certainly don't. The axis. So right now what I'm doing is I'm lining up that mouth. Same stuff as last time, just don't make the mouth as underslung as I did. Because that ain't gonna do it, Chief. Just gonna let you know that right now, right off the bat. You might find yourself in a world of hurt. Or a world of Control Z until you can fix it. Y-axis. Gonna get back into doing potentially get back into doing tutorials. Haven't done a tutorial in a long time. I hate doing the editing. The modeling, no problem. The talking forever, no problem. The editing, I can't do it. It's not that I can't, I just don't like to. Which is a me problem. Not a you problem. So, let's see here. We're gonna turn off the visible part with the facial thing here. We're gonna hide the mirror, I mean to say. And then we're gonna move over this by a lot. We do need to bring back the mouth, the inside of the mouth a little bit, so that we can have a place to put the teeth and the tongue. Because she's gonna have a teeth and tongue. But of course she will. Without that, she's gonna look real weird. Scale zeros. No. Y. There we go. Alright. Scale that up a little bit. That should be a large enough cavity to make the mouth work. You gotta, like, of course, make sure that it's not too big so that when you make certain facial expressions, you don't see the mouth inside. That would be a problem. So, just keep that in mind as you go along your way. Let me put one right here. There we go. That gives us a little bit more lip to work with. So we can bring stuff up in the middle here. Yeah. So how's it going, CRW? It's been a little bit. There we freaking go. Just woke up. It seems about that kind of time, that kind of day. I woke up a little early. I was like, you know what? It would be a great day to just start doing modeling again. That's looking like a turtle right there. We gotta fix that. Like a turtle. Probably get away with doing a few things like lifting up the area. Pulling this in a little bit more. Jeez, Lewis. No. I think the mouth might be too wide still. Starting Monday, I start to have a longer schedule. Ah, I see. This is not okay. Alright, I don't like it. I don't like it still. Throw it out. We're gonna redo it. We gotta redo it. The mouth is too wide. That's what's bothering me right now. I actually need to bring it in a lot more. And I'll only have 25 minutes to eat. That's fun. Ah, sorry to hear that. That's not enough time. And a class schedule or a work schedule? I mean, either way, it's no good. Sucks. Faces. Yeah, I feel like I just made if I just made a smaller mouth. This was too big, apparently. Like, we can make it wider if I make it start small, but it's hard to make it thinner if I start wide. That's too much. Or too little. Let's try this again. Go back, 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 go back. I don't want to have that ape mouth. It looks terrible. Speaking of which, I need to go food shopping late today. Ah, I see. Class, then again, been like that since 6th grade for me. Ah, sorry, man. Food is good, says Joshua. And then, okay, you gotta go shopping? I understand that feeling. I did some earlier this morning because I finally had some money to buy some food with. Oh, that's as far as I go back? Darn it. Well, go back to what we were looking at before then, I guess.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, Katon? Welcome, everyone. Friend of the show, Katon Uchiha 4525. One of the,
My whole government name.
Yeah, your whole government name, the one that you were given at birth. What are you gonna call him? Katon Uchiha 4525. But Naruto doesn't exist yet. Doesn't matter. Joshua Simonson says, hey, it says Katon. So yeah. Welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. I'm getting caught up on some of these here commissions. Trying to finish this thing. I had to throw out the old head, and I'm restarting the head from scratch because I hated it so much. It just needed to be done. Hit the save button again. So just trying to find the best way to make your mouth. What's up?
I just got back from a nice walk and skate, and I feel energized, and I'm about to go make myself a man-witch so I can sit down and get some work done.
Sounds cool. Are you streaming that work? Or you just hanging out? PJ Squared says Katon.
Unfortunately, I can't stream it to people.
Fair enough. Well, we can chill and talk anyway. It's perfectly fine.
I can stream it to you guys, but not to your people.
I wonder.
Your people that will become my people in due time. Because
Impossible.
they'll get bored of you,
But
and then come to me.
they largely already know who you are, though, and if they're not watching you on your streams, there's a reason for that. Anyway, have fun with your man witch. Well, I need to head off now and take a shower and then head off to do my weekly food shopping. Bye-bye, all. Take care, Joshua. Thanks for stopping by. It's always appreciated. And have a good shower and a shop session. We might even still be here when you're done. I don't know how long I'm going to go with this. Till I get sick of it, most likely.
Oh no.
But I'm making a lot of progress, given I started this head from scratch at the beginning of the stream. Last year they made up for that sort of by giving us Brain Break. It was basically recess for 15 minutes. Ah, Brain Break. I've never heard of that before, but I can imagine.
Like, what the hell?
In 6th grade? Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Or, you're not in 6th grade. They said since 6th grade you were doing this kind of stuff. Alright. I gotta make this mouth. I might just have to make another line.
Who's this commission for?
This is for, Derpchew, as the name of the commissioner. And this is their character, Clara, a squirrel, I'm assuming. With a big old bushy tail and a head that looks a lot like Casey, but is deceptively different, so I had to restart it. Because I was just going to use the original Casey head that I had already made, but I had already made hair for it, and it didn't look very good, and it looked very blocky and unorganic. So I had to kind of we were in high school, very cool. I had to kind of approach it because it just wasn't coming together the way I wanted it to. So I undid my progress and sort of I started anew, essentially. Has to happen, you know. And then I was making her mouth.
That's how artists work.
Yep. That is how art be doing it sometimes. Grab on the y-axis.
Where?
Actually, that's better. That's much better. Yeah, I can live with that. What are you? Alright.
Wow.
You're responding to something I see? I can't see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Me and my wife like sharing memes a lot, so
I see.
we make each other laugh.
That's good.
That's the only form of happiness I get out of this relationship.
I mean, I imagine that's the form that you most recognize, but really when you dig deep down, the emotional satisfaction of knowing that there is someone who cares about you in your life, and the fact that when you come home after a long day of work, that the person on the other side of the door gives a damn whether or not you walk through it. That's a big deal. Mental health +5, I would say, at least. And, you know, you got to appreciate the people that you have around, especially the ones that you bring around. And I'm
Have
certain.
you ever considered about being a therapist?
No, I would be a terrible therapist. I don't know what the frick I'm talking about. I'd be like, hey man, you don't feel good? How about some of these Quaaludes? That's what I do, barbiturates. No, I wouldn't prescribe drugs to people. Can Katon see that I said hi? I don't know if Katon can see it, but I will relay the message. PJ Squared says hi, Katon.
Hello, PJ Squared, and hello, CRW Gamer. Hello, Rotalist2's chat. I am your host, Katon, and I will be delivering you some of Rotalist's artwork here.
Wait,
So welcome to the stream.
delivering my art? Eh?
Yeah. You're just a background character, but
Oh,
I'm actually the king of the stream.
Oh, you're the king of the stream. I see. That's interesting that the king didn't show up at the beginning of the stream. It was just me. I wonder if that's going to be a continuity thing. People are going to start wondering how you're in charge.
You're just a substitute teacher.
Oh, I think I'm substitute teacher. I'm the guy that they replaced your old teacher with because your old teacher was bad. He was boring. I'm like, I'm the emergency fill-in, but the kids like me more. And then they're like, well, turns out, Mr. Pavlis, that the students have actually been performing better when you're not around. And we think that, you know,
That's an issue.
that's an issue. I mean, literally, the substitute teacher only brings in videotapes, and they've been performing better in their grades. And we're like,
Oh no.
you aren't. We're starting to think you really ain't who you said you were when you applied here. All right. But you have some wisdom, Rotalist 2. Well, thank you for that, PJ Squared. I appreciate that. And while I do, it is the wisdom of a 29-year-old who lives alone. You've worked with children. I have worked with children.
So wise of you to say your age out loud like that.
Is that going to be a problem? Am I going to find myself doxxed because someone like Rodalist 2 is 29 years old? Okay, that means that his social security number is 123456789, and that he is a boomer. A boomer.
6789.
I don't think you understand when the boomer generation happened, because I don't think anybody born after World War II, like directly after World War II, is 29.
I mean, your knowledge of technology is kind of questionable.
Okay.
And
Okay.
your vocabulary is kind of questionable.
Hang on. Questionable vocabulary? Technology knowledge? I don't understand what you're trying to get at with that, Sonny.
Well, I mean, last night you couldn't help falling with her computer problems, and then you're always just saying incredible words that people don't know.
People
Or
know
haven't
the
heard
words
them
that I
for centuries.
say. Centuries? No. They are in common use. You just haven't heard them. That's not the same thing. And I'm not trying to
That's
flex
just
on
like
nobody. That's
boomer
just how I
vibes right
talk.
there.
Look, man, boomers don't typically use very
Man.
sophisticated words. Boomers are quite simple. That's where the term "okay
Quite.
boomer" comes from. It's because they're not the smart ones, right? They're not the Albert Einstein. Well, he's not a boomer. He was born before. He's like a silent generation. He was born before World War II. Anyway, but yeah. So like, you know, they're not all simple. I'm just saying they usually use the same kind of words everybody else does, because you know they're humans who live in this
So you're
country.
saying you use the same words as I do?
I can. I do, in fact. I'm certain I do, because in my speech, sometimes the words "the" and pop up.
Wow.
I once had a substitute teacher that told us to leave early when we weren't allowed to, and then got mad at us when we did. My grandma is older than a boomer. Yeah, some grandmas are older than boomers. Everyone's got different ages, because the generational gap thing isn't real. It is a marketing tool to sell things to people, like millennial generation. No, it's exactly what it is. It's not real. We don't have a specific type. I mean, I know people say like, oh, boomers are like this and millennials are like this and Gen Z's like that. It's like, no. If the boomers were born now, then they'd be acting like these people do now. If the millennials or the Generation Z were born back in 1940 flippin' 5, then they'd be acting like, you know,
Listen.
people who were born back then. The boomers do. And it's some of it is cultural. The world is a different place, very much so than it was 70, 50, 60 years ago, or whatever. But, like, things, like, the more things change, the more they stay the same. You know, you've heard that term before. So, like, you know, people tend to start off kind of self-centered and interested in whatever they're doing. And then, as they get older, they start realizing there's more to life. And then they get older, and then they start resenting the newer generations because they don't have their youth. And it's their first time being old, and they're being replaced, and it's not fun. So, they hate it. I can only hope to live so long that I hate the younger generation because they've got the cyborg implants and whatnot. All these kids with their newfangled cyborg implants. In my day, we had cell phones, and we were happy with it. The technology was not grafted into your body. You could not communicate with dolphins with a mere thought. You had to train the dolphin. I mean, I don't know.
I think you're very... You know what? I'm gonna make my sandwich real fast, and I'll come right back.
Oh, PJ, don't worry about it. We're having fun, I think. I am.
I was gonna say something, but I don't think it should be said.
You shouldn't say it. If you don't think you should say it, especially if you don't think you should say it, then you should not say it. Alright, let's see here. Grab along the Z-axis. Old people in 1882, those kids with their electricity. Oh no, you're absolutely right, Cedar. You're joking, but you're right. Like, when you think of people like Socrates and whatnot, they were like considered very intelligent, very smart people of their time. Socrates was against the written word, like writing down knowledge into scrolls and then reading it. He was like, well, if they write everything down, how will they remember everything? You're supposed to remember it. That's the mark of intelligence. And it's like, guess who won in that particular situation? Old people tend to be resistant to change because, the world is changing around them. I don't dislike old people. We like our old folks here on the Roadless 2 VPL. No shade to the old person. I have parents. They're older. Not old, but and I respect the heck out of them. But, sometimes y'all representation is a little bit lax. I don't know what the frig I just said. Forget it. I resemble that remark, says PJ Squared. LOL. I'll resemble that remark. I've heard of Foghorn Leghorn. You can't sneak that one by me. I'm something of an old person myself. No, that's messed up. Okay. That's definitely final boss music. It's gotta be, right? Da, 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 da. Oh, I got that glam rock thing going on. I haven't actually seen the end of this game, but I'm assuming this is the final boss. It sounds like it. It's got themes from the rest of the game in it. And also choral music and Gregorian chanting going on in the background. I don't know if you guys can hear the music very well. It's not that loud. Lacrimosa, baby. Oh, you love the music? I like it too. It's from a game called No Straight Roads. It's pretty cool, actually. I don't even know what this thing is called. I've never heard this track before in the game. But it's like a rhythm game, kind of, where you're supposed to be fighting against other, like, musicians. New FNAF game is about to come out soon. Might be the first FNAF game I actually buy. I feel that way, kind of, too. I don't know if I'm going to buy it, but I might actually check it out, because they've all been kind of samey, but maybe. I'm not a huge fan of horror, though. I get scared easy. People have said, oh, you should play some horror games on your streams. Like, I don't want to cry in front of everybody. I got a macho image to maintain, you know? It's tough. It's hard out here for a pimp. You know, a pimp like me. That's what I do. That's what I am. What if I did this? Would that ruin it? Do you hate that? Oh, that makes us smile very easily. Very easily. That's about the width that I'd want for a mouth, though. Not too wide. Not too overly pronounced. Dun 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 dun. Lacrimosa. Oh yeah, or maybe Deus Irae. I can't tell the difference some of the time. Deus Irae. I use it in everything. Might as well use it here. That's how you know things are getting hardcore and Catholic. Bah! Do, 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 do. I'm sorry. Laughing at my own jokes. I mean, like, the lore is just the horror part. I mean, I like the lore, it's just the horror part of it. No, I understand. I'm a big fan of lore, too. Like, Warhammer 40k has interesting lore. I just am not here for a tabletop game right now. I mean, I don't want to sit up here discussing what the frick is going on in the grim, dark future of the 44th millennium, or whatever. Of the 40th millennium, I think. But it's an interesting universe, nonetheless. The worst place to live, but interesting. FNAF can be hard, though. I imagine it's hard. It seems like the kind of game where you gotta do all these things, remember all this kind of these patterns and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know if I'm here for all that. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm kind of a casual when it comes to that sort of thing. Not gonna be getting into it. But maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe this will be my year. Let me wipe that out of my mouth right now. That's looking a little bit better. Save button? Yes, please. We're getting to a place where I can be happy with the face, the mouth, and everything like that. The cheeks aren't quite there yet, but we will work on them. The body is going to be pretty simple, in my opinion. I can probably scale down the ears a little bit. Like, I like the way they are shaped and all that kind of stuff. They don't need to be that big, though. First thing we're going to do, though, is we're going to hit it with this, I'm going to buy that game, No Straight Roads, now, and play it. I gotta play it. This seems fun. Because it's like, it's not rhythm-based. It's just like, you gotta dodge the enemy's attacks, and the enemy's attacks come on the rhythm. You don't have to actually do anything on beat. Which is kind of a missed opportunity when you think about it. But some of these remixes are epic. Yeah. Hang on a second, I'm gonna get some grape juice. Yeah! Yeah. Kick his butt! Okay, cool. Sword and Shield stream when? Oh, so I see you found out that I have a Switch now. I don't know if I'll ever play that game. It doesn't look like my cup of tea, but then I actually have never played a Pokemon game, so it might be time to expand my horizon. So, maybe? I don't do as many video game streams as I do these kinds of streams, just because, I don't know. I almost feel kind of self-conscious doing that. Because, like, I'm working on this, but I could be working on my bottles. I'm playing video games. But, obviously, everyone needs a break from now to time to time. Pokemon Marathon? Now you've gone too far. I don't know if that's even possible, CRW Gamer. Okay. Is that it? Hang on. Typing a message to somebody. Okay, dokie. Actually, no, Sword and Shield should be... Actually, no, Sword and Shield should be your first game, so you're not as disappointed. Okay, wow. So it'll only get better from there, hey? Alright. Sweet, sonorous, super stoked, tasty grape juice. Okay. This must be the credits music because it seems very... Thanks for playing! No straight roads! You are a super cool dude! Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna play. I'm not gonna do this forever. I'm gonna work on this. I think... Alright. Hey, yeah, ooh, do you know where the roads are straight and cool? Oh, you see, that road was meant for me, yeah. Okay. Caterwauling, big baller, shot caller, dollar. You so cool. Cool guy, cool. Yeah. Cool. Yeah. Cool. Baby, you're a song. You make me want to roll my windows down and cruise.
Say this with the utmost of like kindness.
Oh.
I think you're a loser.
Okay. Well, it's good to have the thoughts of your enemies written down on paper. So,
Enemies.
yeah, no, you definitely, you've made yourself my mortal foe by saying things I did not want to hear or know. And
Oh.
it's time to begin the battles. Prepare yourself for the battle of you and me fighting.
So you want to duel?
I don't-
must tell you that
I don't-
I've sent people who are worse than you to the Shadow Realm, and I won't hesitate.
I don't know if we're gonna do dual monsters. I feel like that's not nearly serious enough to encapsulate.
Of course it
The
is.
animosity
Everybody
that
takes
has been
children's
built
card
up.
games seriously.
I mean, sure, I've seen people ride around on motorcycles battling each other in dual monsters. What I'm saying is, I don't know if it really matches this situation. You know?
So you want something a little bit more deadly? Fine.
Yeah.
We could have a death battle in Smash Brothers.
Well, I don't play that game, so you would have an obvious advantage. I don't want that. I don't want you to win, so I need to make it something that I'm good at. Never mind, I was gonna say spelling bee, but I don't know how to spell most of the words that I read on paper. I just go like, oh, that's a word. Oof. Is that a cell phone? Probably. Anyways, what are you working on today? If you don't mind me asking. Well, nothing. I'm sitting around talking mess on the internet. Nobody tells me what to do. I'm too cool. Rotate.
Hello?
Yes, hello. Can you hear
How
me?
about
Oh,
about
what did you say?
I was asking you what you were working on. What you plan on working
yeah,
on?
I'll share it in Discord.
Oh, okay.
how about a Kingdom Hearts race? You both live stream yourselves playing through Kingdom Hearts and see who beats the game first.
Which Kingdom
I think
Hearts?
we'll both go crazy before we actually finish the game.
Yeah, especially if it's the original one where you can't skip the cutscenes and you get stuck on Riku because
God.
you're not leveled high enough. That cutscene was too long. Now, I will release you, princess. Open the door. Lead me into everlasting darkness. Oh. No!
What are you talking about?
Forget it! You haven't played through that part. I'll let you just get to it. Actually, it's the best, one of the best boss fights in Kingdom Hearts 1. The best boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 1 is the Sora versus Riku fight, or Dark Riku, Ansem Riku. I don't know
love that
exactly.
guy.
Freaking boss fight is awesome. That music is super cool. Forza de Mal, my favorite boss theme in that whole game. You gotta play it. It's perfect. It's like the Naruto boss fight you always wanted, except obviously you don't have the moveset and it's hard. But just finished Love is War, 10 out of 10. Love is War. Never heard of that. I'll have to check it out. What is that, by the way, actually, CRW Gamer? What is Love is War?
It's what is it? It's interesting. What was I gonna say? Crap! It's lost my brain. It's escaped. Right. Never mind. It's gone again.
Okay. Well, whenever you remember, feel free to fill us in with that information. That'd be sick. I think we're okay. The ears are too big, or are they too small? They're too
Are
big.
we okay?
Hmm.
Are we okay?
Maybe.
Roadless? Are we?
Maybe. That depends on your perspective, I guess.
Well, what perspective are we going for? 1 point, 2 point,
No.
6 point.
Orthographic.
Tom, let's try 8 point perspective.
Huh?
Let's try 8 point perspective.
Yeah, that's hard. But you know what? You guys can do it. I'll leave it to you art nerds. I ain't taking
Oh,
a
I'm
single...
not an artist.
Oh, what are you?
I am a visual learner.
I can see that. I learn by looking too. I don't like I will watch a tutorial over reading the manual when it comes to Blender or anything else I'm trying to figure out any day.
Reading with, like, I stare at words. I just look at them and I'm like, I mean, I get what this is, but it's like my brain.
I don't see it. I'm not imagining it. Like, I can read a book if like a story about a character, but when it comes to reading a manual, it doesn't connect.
Man, a part of me, I feel like almost carries over that too, because I'm nowhere near as engaged in books as I am just anything else. It's like,
I don't like manuals.
If I read a book or something like that, if I read a story, I can imagine it, but it's like I watch a movie, I'm on a whole nother level.
Basically, these two teenagers have two big egos to confess to each other, so they try to make the other confess. It's made by the same people who made Fairy Tail. Oh, okay.
Oh, I see. So I'm assuming it has no consequences.
It's got all the consequences. The consequences of the heart. If I just scale this thing down. It's a battle of the heart. Kingdom.
But,
Hearts.
Oh, speaking of Kingdom Hearts, the fact that I was able to understand most of what you were talking about when it came to Ansem and Riku proves how far we've come in our expanse in Kingdom Hearts knowledge, at least mine.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, some of that stuff does fly right the heck over my head. I feel like I had the strongest grasp on Kingdom Hearts 1, and everything else has just been like a downward spiral, because I haven't been able to engage with the freaking game series like until very recently, and I'm like, I don't even have patience for this.
Spin-off from 2007 or whatever.
Yeah, that tied into the final game recently, and it's just like, oh, really now? I actually had to play Kingdom Cross or whatever that is? It's like, no thank you. No, same animators, different writer. Okay. It was the one where you play as Keyblade Wars.
Kingdom Cross sounds like a freaking sports game, and I'm just imagining a Kingdom Hearts sports game now. That would definitely be canon.
Oh, they're always trying to make something happen with that. That kind of works, a little bottom of the face there.
But yeah, talking about visual, or whatever, what is not visual learning?
Tactile, I don't know. Tactile learning? Tactile? Reading? I don't know.
Jak and Daxter.
Jak and Daxter learning, absolutely. Everything has to be made in the context of Jak and Daxter, otherwise I don't get it. It's got to be about video games, and that one in particular.
Good man, I can understand that. Like how I don't understand anything unless it's made of Sonic the Hedgehog, Spider-Man, or Spyro references. Nothing else makes sense.
This is the worst rap you'll ever hear in your life, but the hook is pretty good.
But what was I saying? Right, like Capcom, can you agree with me in the fact that you never read books?
I'll have to check it out, CRW Gamer. I mean, yeah, really good. I recommend it to you both. And say,
I actually love reading this series. And it's not for adults. It's like for like teenagers, but it's called Warriors, and it's about like stray cats.
The cats. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I really love that series.
I'll have to check it out.
I've heard of it actually.
Now here's the thing. I see Warriors flipping everywhere.
Oh
Warriors everywhere. Never.
Stories are really good.
Don't know what it's about. All I know is that it's some series about cats.
Is it the same person who
love and betrayal?
And like, isn't Warriors or Guardians related to that, like the owls, or am I just crazy? Because they have the same kind of typeset or the font on the books.
Like, yeah, if it's Guardians and it's from that same lady, then yeah. There's also another one called Seekers. It's about polar bears.
All right.
I think the Guardian one is about dogs. I think.
I thought the Guardians was about owl. Well, all right, fine. I have no idea. There was a movie that came out called Guardians: Owls of Ga'Hoole, or whatever. Well, something like that. Ga'Hoole.
But yeah, the Warrior series is like nice, short, and sweet books. I also read the Nancy Drew series. I fucking loved it. I mean, I really love the Nancy Drew books.
All right.
What's Nancy Drew?
It's a detective.
What?
She's a child detective.
Oh right.
Man.
Oh right. I only heard of that once in like elementary school, and now I just remember.
The Bass Bounce Truck. I think that was number 17. It was my favorite book.
See, this is like you think sense of how much I don't read books. Like, you ever hear Nancy Drew? Sorry, man, I skipped out.
Ever heard of the Hardy Boys? I skipped out a Scholastic sale.
I've heard of the Hardy Boys. I've heard of the Hardy Boys.
I've been to a Hardee's.
I don't remember.
Those are books that I read like on my own time, but books I was forced to read, like The Color Purple and the series of unfortunate events and Judy B.
Oh my God, Judy B. That was
Yeah, Judy B.
in
Jones.
elementary school. I loved Judy B. in elementary school. I don't know
And that
why.
was actually a series I really enjoyed.
I've actually never
don't
heard of
remember
those.
the book.
I'm sorry?
I never
I
read
don't
those.
remember the books at all, but I loved Judy B. I remember loving it.
You never heard of Judy B?
No, I have not.
I think we were born in different eras.
Well, I don't know. I did read a series of unfortunate events, but I just found it one day. I started with The Miserable Mill because I didn't realize that it was a series, even though it said a series of unfortunate events. I was like, I hope this is the first
time
one.
I think the first time I've ever heard of a series of unfortunate events is probably through you guys. I've never heard of it anywhere.
I'd highly recommend it.
It's pretty good. Yeah. And then, of course, Artemis Fowl, unfortunately, has been tainted by that movie. It's a good series, too.
No, Artemis Fowl is amazing. Did you not see the movie?
Okay, I'm gonna
I
need
haven't
you to...
seen it yet.
No, don't watch it. It's not worth your time.
You not watch
Read the
okay.
books, and you'll be fine.
Don't watch the movie.
The books are fun.
I read the books. I have no connection to them. I had never heard of them until that movie came out. And then I watched the movie, and it's not like I don't want to read the books now, but I watched the movie and I'm like, man, I feel upset, and I think this is a bad adaptation. And I know nothing about the books.
Just looked at the
I
current
still love
election
Harry
results,
Potter.
and wow. Oh, boy.
Like,
Not even
okay,
looking at it.
Matt, a perfect way to describe the Artemis Fowl movie, there is no plot. It's just a series of unfortunate events, but not like...
Not
like
a good one.
that.
But that show is pretty banging. But yeah, so Artemis Fowl, good show. The movie, it feels like if you've ever read, what's it called, World War Z, and then watched the movie World War Z, that's the only thing I think it comes close to how far away the movie, like, you know, the two mediums are. The movie and the book are nothing like each other at all.
What about Dragon Ball Evolution?
I haven't,
Oh, no.
I haven't watched that movie. All right.
Listen, you have Dragon Ball Evolution.
I don't know. Did I see it? I might have. I don't know if I finished it. I may have started watching it and gave up on it. Yeah.
Don't worry, guys.
This is dragged out, CRW. Taking forever.
Oh,
No, I'm just looking at his comment.
do you remember Dragon Ball Evolution, Katon?
Caton has left the chat. Don't ever talk to me about that again.
But yeah, World War Z, like, it is so different from the
I had
book.
to like go change my chips while I was eating my life.
You read the book?
Yeah, Dragon Ball Evolution is BS. And no, I haven't read the book. And I haven't watched World War Z either.
You're good when not watching it. That movie's no good. Huh?
I watched World War Z. That movie's it's not bad. It's kind of
Like the movie is just
It's a
stock
movie that
action
exists.
movie. It's not like it has, and it's so divorced from its source material. The source material is like would fit better as like a Netflix series because it's from the perspective of like all these different people during the events of the zombie apocalypse, and it's like there is no cure to the zombies. There is no bomb that they drop on a city. It's just the zombies come. They're invincible. They keep coming. You can't just kill them. You know, like under normal circumstances, they seem almost supernatural, and no one knows why. And then it just kind of like the resolution of the story is just like this guy is going around collecting people's information, like, you know, about what happened to them and what they did, and it's just so interesting and intricate. It's a significantly more interesting story than anything they told.
So I've seen like synopsis on the book, and it's like it seems like it's not like a traditional zombie apocalypse.
It's not. It really isn't. It's like the zombies come, and we just sort of get used to it. Like, life ends up just going on. Like, obviously, they try to do something about it.
Yeah.
Oh no. That sounds like a crap show.
The show would be great. I would say the show would be great if they actually made it into a show and they committed to making it good, and everything. It could be a pretty interesting story about people dealing with adversity, like amazing adversity, and then and there's no group of people that just like come together to make a special cure or something. It's just sort of like how the world. It's like a speculative fiction on how the world will react to something like a zombie apocalypse.
Yeah, because I feel like a zombie apocalypse, like a lot of zombie apocalypse stories, most of them end in like the society collapsing, and I feel like that would not happen.
I mean, considering what happened this year, it's very, very possible.
Well, many of society's weaknesses have been revealed, but it didn't collapse. Something worse would probably definitely collapse society, though. Center. I can't imagine anything worse, and I don't want to imagine something worse. So.
Like a nuclear war, yeah. Like nuclear war.
Nuclear.
I feel like it would collapse society.
If we don't keep certain people in check, that's a very real possibility.
Mr. Bush, it's nuclear, sir. Nuclear. Nuclear. It must be a function of an accent, though.
But like,
this is the worst rap I've ever heard in my life. So glad that's not the point of this game. I would be very upset. Alright, I'm feeling better about the head now. I think it's time to move on. I've spent a lot of time on it. I think it's hair time. Or the body.
Like,
no idea.
Well, like Artemis Fowl, though, getting back to that movie is so, like, World War Z is a stock action movie, so it's not, like, amazing, but at least it's tolerable, and it's not, like, bad at all. It's not, like, it doesn't leave me feeling anything horrible. Probably would if I read the book, but I didn't. So it's just kind of okay
CRW Gamer,
on its own.
Before I allow that message to come through, is that a real news story, or is that just, like, something that you came up with? Because I don't even know how I feel about that.
It might be a real news story. Have you heard of Florida Man?
No, have you? Okay, so you see this too, I guess, because right, you're a what's it called? I forget. Wait, I'm not sharing my screen, am I? I guess you don't need. You're watching the stream.
What is it? Right. So yeah, Artemis Fowl separated from the source material, the movie.
Hang on, I'm gonna do something real quick.
Completely horrible. It is so bad.
Let me take a look at your stream here. Watch stream. I'm gonna pop it out.
Well, you seen that moment where, like, Artemis Fowl is talking with that fairy girl in that cage, and he's all like, "Do I know? Like, can I trust you?" It's like you have to, and then they just instantly trust each other. Takes off his glasses, and it's like, "No, this isn't a trick or anything. You just do." It's like, what the? Like, what happened?
Yeah. What in the world are you trying to say?
Who?
No, I'm listening to these rhymes. They don't make any sense. It's just my personal feeling on it.
You listen to rap?
Sometimes, yeah. But I'm talking about this music that I'm currently listening to on Nicole. Part of a video game. I'm sharing your screen on my stream. I hope you appreciate that. We still boys even after all that mess
You're
you've
not
been
supposed
talking.
to see that.
Oh, they're not supposed to? Oh. You want me to hide this?
Yeah.
Alright, sorry. Sorry. I did not realize.
Confidential information.
It's not my choice. It's the guy's choice.
Oh,
I would love
okay.
to stream it.
Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, I thought you just weren't streaming on because for other reasons. Oops! Well, it's not happening anymore. As far as I know, it's not streaming.
I was like, no, I'm also not streaming because it's like, I don't want these two to be in my stream.
I don't know if it's real, but it's funny. No, I'm not gonna share that one, CRW. I don't want to besmirch the good name of Florida man. All right.
Florida man?
Florida man,
What's
insane.
Florida?
Florida man. Have you ever gone into like one of those like headline like websites or whatever to search something and you find different like news articles over time? Literally just search Florida man and you will find so much insanity that actually happened.
Right.
Well, that's
it's
why
true.
we got Bugs Bunny to cut that side of the world.
Bugs Bunny.
Yeah, he cut Florida off. So
He can't do that.
I'm just doing what he.
Bugs Bunny doesn't
just
have
doing-
the power to remove any state from the union.
The dude sawed it off.
He tried.
No, alright, Rodolph, listen. Something you clearly don't have the power to comprehend or understand is that Bugs Bunny doesn't try.
Bugs Bunny doesn't try.
He doesn't try. He does.
All right. So I think that's about as good as we're gonna get with the head right now. Like I said, I don't know what the freak your hair is supposed to look like.
Never reply. Radio silence, 0 decibels. So when you say it's my fault, I'm pissed for your blame. I ain't taking the blame.
Rodolph is like, oh, I wish there was more than one angle!
I disown you.
That's
would
why
be-
you do turnarounds.
Well,
You are no brother of mine.
maybe I should make that a.
A requirement.
What makes that a requirement?
Like, I'm afraid you need some turnarounds. I can recommend you to my great friend Kadon or Katone.
Are you
or
suggesting that
Catan.
Catan, Settlers of Catan?
The Settlers of Catan.
Oh man. Oh, how much longer will I stream? I don't know. Oh.
How long
have
do you
something
want
to
stream?
do?
I don't know how long have I been streaming. Google, tell
2
me.
hours.
2 hours, 43 minutes. That's not that bad.
You have somewhere to go. That's
no,
not
not
with
really.
your friend.
It's not
Yeah,
really.
so we could suck up the joy of this VPL, inject it into our veins, possibly use it for
First
something.
VPL of the year, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not even true. It's because this year feels like it's been going on forever. Doesn't mean that I haven't been I mean, last stream I did was in August.
Wow.
And that was on
You
this
still
channel.
have regulars showing up to your live stream.
I don't. I
That's
think it's
dedication.
because our I got my followers. They appreciate me, and I really need to. I need to treat them with more respect.
You're
they,
absolutely
They keep
right,
coming
Robles.
back, and it's like, why are you here?
Ghirardelli chocolate squares with caramel in the center.
Ghirardelli chocolate.
Salted caramel, actually. Jesus, this is so good.
So
Damn.
why don't you? So I have a serious question to ask Capcom right now to hopefully get canceled for some of these season videos when Drew was talking about and start looking in the backlog and find some dirt on him.
You,
Why don't
okay.
you like?
Yeah.
Why don't you like the Secret of Nim?
He said it was too violent. He was afraid by the blood. He hated it.
The
There's
movie
not even that much blood though. There's only blood in one scene.
is a very scary movie, but it's a very well freaking animated movie.
Thank you.
You always
I-
too late.
I think the movie, it was, damn, like the animation, I don't think anybody can beat, and this is my personal opinion, because I really love traditional animation. I love the way it looks. I love the aesthetic of traditional animation, and it's just, like, all the characters are super duper expressive. It's like, it's very great. I love the animation. I love the story of the movie. It was overall a well put together movie. I think it was great, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, and it was a good animated film from the 80s. Those never happened.
That happened. There's a
You can
couple.
obviously see the work.
Yeah, the work is in there. It definitely showed up. The money was on screen. They put a lot of work into it.
It's like every time when I see works from the 80s, it continues to impress me more.
You think that tractor was rotoscoped, Rodolus?
What'd you say?
You think that tractor was rotoscoped?
Yeah, it was. I mean, did you think they actually sat down and drew an engineering accurate drawing of a tractor for every frame of that freaking shot? Like,
No.
I wouldn't have bothered with that either. Like, oh, there's real tractors? Yeah, we'll just do that then. There's definitely a man just sitting on that tractor. They just got footage of a tractor. It looked like that scene from Heavy Metal where the dude is in like the Corvette. He's released from a space shuttle, and then he comes through the atmosphere and he drives. Have you seen that? Likely not. It's a piece of rotoscoped animation though, and it's like, yeah, it's definitely rotoscoped. You weren't about to do that for real.
Yeah, chocolate tasty. Oh god, I'm in heaven. Salted caramel with dark chocolate is like the devil's food.
But yeah, like, what is it? Yeah, but what is it? Secret of NIMH. Secret of NIMH was a great movie. I'm glad I finally watched it for the first time yesterday.
And never watched the sequel. It's not good.
That's like Disney movies right there.
Like a Disney sequel. It looked bad, and it, like the art, the coloring, it was just like,
No,
this
here's
isn't.
the thing. I've seen enough of the sequel to Secret of NIMH.
I believe
That movie's not Disney sequel territory. That's beyond Disney sequel.
Beyond
It's
or
worse
below.
than a Disney sequel?
Yeah.
That's a yikes.
Especially a Disney sequel that came out nearly 20 years after the original one did. Like,
Yeah, no, it's not.
No.
It's not Disney sequel bad. It's beyond that. It's its own beast.
I don't know what's worse, Disney sequels or Disney
It's
trying
Titanic
to make
2.
everything live action.
You know, here's the thing. You watch Secret. At least when you watch like Mulan 2 or Bambi 2, it's really Bambi 1.5, or like any of these other sequels, you need like some sort of, you know, recollection or memory of the original film would at least enhance the viewing experience, whether that be poorly or beneficiary to the film.
plus, it was a great way for the new animators to cut their teeth on a project that no one cared that much about.
Yeah. Secret of NIMH is not. Secret of NIMH 2 is not a sequel to the original movie. It's a parallel universe where the events of the first movie
yikes.
did not happen.
Really?
Okay then.
It's not that, but
Oh.
it might as well be.
Oh, it feels that way. Yeah, I was like, wait, I remember this story was kind of hokey, but I thought it took place in the same continuity. And you did want to know more about the freaking rats of Nim, like, what's going on with all of that? And they explained it in the worst way possible with the sequel. I was like, no, please
does
stop
not
it.
does not explain the owl, but alright.
Nothing explains the owl. Because, like, was the owl one of them? Was he just like... Why does he care about Jonathan Brisby? How does he know him? It's not explained. And also Nicodemus.
Right.
How old was Nicodemus? If he's getting old and doddering and he was like, his aging process was slowed down.
Yeah,
And also, how come
was
he
the
could-
one, he was the one that survived, like, yeah, with Jonathan, right?
Yeah. Well, I would imagine they'd be around the same age. Or maybe not. He might have just been an old rat then, but
And how
still.
old are they? Like, how long has their age actually extended?
It didn't explain it because, like, you're watching the movie, right? You're hearing about all this stuff. And, like, we're obviously long after Jonathan has had kids with Miss Brisby there, but she's like she has children that seem youngish, young enough, but he's older.
Yeah,
so like,
if they're gonna outlive her.
I don't know. Who knows? Are they like super enhanced too, or are they smarter, or are they just regular mice?
And that's actually, in Secret of NIMH 2, you see the kids. They're older, but they're not that much older. They're just a little bit older. Brisby is clearly aged.
Right? I don't know, man. It's a weird story, and I think the weird part of it is like they gave the mice superpowers, like they could lift things with their minds. As like you just do it, like you're doing way too much. Like how did you, without any context, do all this stuff?
What about the amulet?
The amulet? Yeah, like where did that come from? How is that explained? Because it wasn't made by humans. We don't make magical amulets. That's not our thing. And these humans seem to be average human scientists, so they don't have magic.
It's a little weird. It's a little weird that they decided to explain the basic stuff in an animated movie that anyone would just kind of accept. Like, at the beginning of the movie, I'm just like, okay, mice just live in these complicated societies, they wear clothes, whatever. I was expecting that. But no, you go to explain that, but you go to explain nothing else.
Yeah, like, these mice are that way, and it's like, are all the mice different? They were saying that some experimental mice got loose. That was the call that the NIM made to the organization, to the farmer, and whatnot. It's all very strange. Because they kept their whole things insular. They didn't tell anybody about their technology, like it would have mattered.
Yeah. And then there's the greatest question of the entire movie. What kid puts their pet mouse in a bird cage?
A child that doesn't necessarily want to keep the mouse for very long. Like, I think I'm gonna let it die. I don't think this is gonna be a long-lasting arrangement, little mouse. Sorry.
And that high up.
Like, it's not
The
even
height's not that
like,
big a
it's
deal.
a
Mice
bird
can fall
cage, like,
pretty
it's
far
not
away
like
without
it's a
hurting
bird
themselves.
cage. It's not even like it's a bird cage for a mouse.
It's a
Mice
bird
don't,
cage
like,
made for a bird.
There's nothing there.
Alright.
All she had was water in the tank.
And there's no food.
And paper.
Little food. No food, just water. And of course, mice are just a tad bit smarter than birds. Any mouse would just swim through the thing and just climb out like she did. Because you would usually, a mouse cage would have like a little water thing. Like one of those little bottles that has little thing that they can lick at and drink. Because they don't be drink. Well, I guess they can drink that. Largely though, mice get their, they get their moisture through the things that they eat. They don't necessarily be going around drinking at puddles and stuff. Okay, whatever though. I think I'm...
And there's also other stuff like how it's weird that they censored like Brisby's nudity
I don't think that... I
in
think
a
it's weird.
weird way.
Maybe they had to. They're like,
Wait, there was nudity in that movie?
no, she's just a mouse. It doesn't... She wears a shawl, but before she put it on, she was standing behind the bed. It was just like... Why do I care? Especially if they showed it later on, where she was in the cage. It was just strange that that was, like, how they framed that shot. Anyway.
What's the point of censoring this character? There's nothing there. What are you gonna draw stuff on that?
It's fine. I'm not going to worry about it because it is literally too stupid to worry about. Let's say... Playbacks. We got 6 concurrent viewers. Heck yeah.
And then we got PT's dying in bed throughout the whole movie.
What?
PT's dying in bed the entire movie.
Chester. Oh, I know. Or Charles. I think his name is Charles. Entertainment Cheese.
His name was
Timmy! What we're gonna do real quick is we're gonna bring the body in that I'm gonna use for this character. I'm not making a new one.
I'm gonna give her those thick thigh treatments. treatments, eh?
Well, no. She's more or less the same body type as the last character. Maybe a little bit more curvaceous, but not by much. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring in Casey Test 3.
I'm triggered.
You're
You
triggered?
thought so you didn't like Superman because it was too violent, Adhan?
Oh.
Yes. It was very violent for a rated. Who produced that movie?
It was, Don Bluth produced it. I don't know what
And
company.
probably also Spielberg.
Maybe. I don't know if he was with him that early, but maybe. Well, this is the Weeb version.
I do like the voice acting though. That was on point.
It was good voice acting. They actually acted too. When they wanted to show the fact that Miss Brisby couldn't read, she's like having difficulty with it. Which is just the strangest thing ever. Only some of the mice survived. It sucked.
I was about to say that a mice can read.
She could read.
And understand English.
Yeah, that was not explained. Like, why would she be able to understand English? She's not an enhanced mouse. Anyway.
Maybe Jonathan also taught her that.
He taught her English and words. Sure. Hang on.
Also, wait, now that I think about it, why? So Brisby doesn't hold on. So, Jonathan, was his last name Brisby, or was Brisby's name Brisby? Because I'm starting to think, is there a reason why she doesn't have a first name? Is it just
I
not
think it's
mentioned?
because she's a mouse. None of them have names. Like, only.
Yeah, so
Oh no.
is Jonathan's name Jonathan Brisby?
I think his name is Jonathan Brisby, and that's why they call her Miss Jonathan Brisby, or Mrs. Jonathan Brisby. Because she's like a first generation regular mouse, first, exposed. Because they did not integrate. The people from Nim, the Nim rats, the Nim mice and whatnot, they did not actually integrate their little society with the general population of mice. So, the only ones that named themselves, like Mr. Ages and Nicodemus and all this kind of stuff, were the rats of Nim. So, Auntie Shrew was just a shrew. They just called her Auntie Shrew, which is just a familiar title and what she is. So, it might have been that her name was Miss Mouse before.
Mouse?
Miss Mouse?
She is called Miss Mouse.
We're trying to differentiate her from all the other mice. It's the purpose of names. So. Oh, this is the original language.
Why doesn't she just make her own name?
What'd you say?
Why doesn't she just make her own name?
I think she might not care because she lived her whole life being a regular freaking mouse. She was like, I don't have a name and I don't need one. You're the only one who seems to care about this, Brisby.
But the thing that I find strange is that she's not a hyper-intelligent mouse. So it's like, how did she learn what she...
I guess the idea is that anyone could learn, but it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because I guess the only thing that really was enhanced was their ability to read or to understand things really quickly. Maybe given time, any mouse could learn to read, or given the proper teaching. But these, what's special or significant about the rats of Nim being able to read things is the fact that all they needed was an injection and then they could just understand English. Like a human being can understand words, but a baby needs to be taught what those things mean. As intelligent as children are, it needs to have context. You're not going to just put a baby in a room with symbols and that baby's going to understand what they mean. It won't get it. Or even an adult human. You put me in a room with just Chinese characters for everything, I will have to strain and sort of stretch my mind in all kinds of ways to find context for what the symbols mean. I'll try to go
right,
like,
you will make your own context.
yeah, I'll be looking at the thing. I'll be like, this thing looks like it's on the door handle, so I'm assuming this says something about the door, and that thing's on a button that must be related to the button. And then if I press the button and finds out what it does, then maybe that's what the language is written on there means. There's been some interesting movies that played with that, like The 13th Warrior, which is pretty cool. And it was like about this dude from Arabia who found himself among Vikings, and he was hanging out with them because they brought him on to fight some evil warriors someplace. He didn't want to go, but he ended up with them. They were all speaking like, you know, whatever language the Vikings spoke. I can't. And he was just sitting there. He was just sitting there watching them. He was looking at them. He was listening to certain like cues and looking at what they were doing. And then like the scene actually shows him figuring out their language until he actually starts talking to them. And it was like the coolest thing ever. Where he's just like, he was just all like, he just started like, because he was like a scholar or something. He was like this Arabian scholar slash, what's the word I'm looking for? Diplomat. So he was like, just sort of figured it out. It was pretty neat. But, yeah. You could do that. It's just very difficult. And I don't think anyone, without being forced to, is going to learn a new language that way. Which is why they have classes for that sort of thing.
Well, yeah, because most people throughout their entire lives only speak the language of the country or area they're born in.
Look at this, great. This is a great head. Look at that. That's perfect. Yeah.
Is this a copy and paste?
And it's not even just a matter of taking classes. You gotta do that stuff regularly to instill it in your brain.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's, you gotta learn.
Because your brain basically has, like, written code. Where it's like, yeah, this is the language I speak, this is what this means, this is how you live your entire life and perceive the world, then do it again.
As I'm copying, pasting some parts, I'm going to be editing this body a bit to make it feel more like the drawing. Because I ain't got time to be making a brand new body. I mean, I could, I don't want to.
Shame on you.
Shame on me, what are you
It's
talking
like, man,
about?
it's like, man, we all took, like, foreign language classes in school. Do any of us know much of anything from those classes?
Not a whole lot.
Maybe.
I don't remember a lot. I remember of basic words and things that reminded me the most of regular English.
Anymore.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
It's like, oh, I know basic words. I mean, hey, even if you, like, graduated all of, like, high school taking, like, foreign languages and stuff like that, it's like, even then, you have the vocabulary of a toddler. Not a toddler, but
Of a
very young child.
child with no knowledge of things.
It's like one of those things where it's like, oh, you learn like ways of saying specific words or asking questions, and then you go into the actual countries the languages are from, and they use completely different phrases to make the same questions, because like our language, there's more than just one way of asking a question.
True. And you gotta get like kind of artful with it. Delete these textures, but otherwise, basically, she's got the same body shape.
Thighs.
Yeah, there's a little more thigh going on in here. Maybe I can do a little bit.
What
Yes.
language is this?
I don't know. What song is this? Hello and welcome to the Variable Productivity live stream. We are listening to more songs from No Straight Roads. It's French. I thought so, but I didn't want to say without knowing.
DRW says English is stupid.
English isn't stupid, it's super woke. It's super smart, too. Only the smartest dudes speak English. I'm in
sure.
that group. I'm smart.
That's only because you
brother.
live in that.
So no wonder this song sounded weird in English when they were trying to do the rap, because it was written in French, probably. It sounds better there.
It sounds like they're cursing.
A little bit. But it's a game for kids, so they probably aren't.
But like, it's like English is crazy. It's a weird language. I don't see why it's complicated, because
It's a
I
stolen
live
language,
it.
much like the land.
Yeah, I live English,
Whatever.
but it's super
Not
weird.
stolen.
If you look at like how English is constructed, it's a mess.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit because like most language, it's a mixture of other things. It's got some French in there, Germanic type languages mixed with Latin.
And then you got contractions and like
That's enough. That's enough thigh, I think.
you even make the skinny characters thick.
Be quiet. I started off with a skinny character, and this. You look at the way her legs are shaped. Calm down, man. You see this picture. You see what's happening. And honestly, every single character that you've ever drawn got them hips. I don't even care.
Got them hit.
Excuse me?
Yeah. You're excused from the
How can you say
conversation.
that about every single character he's drawn if you haven't seen every single character?
I've seen most of the characters he's drawn, and I'm extrapolating from there.
Some of my characters don't even have hips.
So you got wide back hind flanks.
I can get down with this French rap.
It's pretty cool.
Some of my characters don't even have arms or legs. They don't have hips. They're just
They just
Me
are
and-
like shapely body.
You've got a shapely body, and I like it. That's a really cool look. I think it's pretty sweet. You ain't got the hook? I don't know. Forget what I'm just saying.
And then he got like I mean, I will say
say,
that
come
some
on,
of my
come on,
characters
come on.
definitely- I mean, some of my characters do definitely hips. Even the characters that don't have hips, they're hips. Even if they're animals, it's like, you know, it's hips.
Everybody got to connect
Like,
somewhere.
it's like it's the Don Bluth fruit that I showed you last night.
Don Bluth.
Don Bluth the root.
Oh, okay, right. I did say it looked like Don Bluth, didn't I? Alright. I'ma hit you with a stick. I'ma knock you with a brick. I'm a big mean dude. I'ma hit you with a stick. That's the song.
So violent.
Yeah, I'm a violent man. Encouraging
Now,
violence with the words I say. Yeah.
I've been told a lot that my art looks like Don Bluth. Capcom's been told that his art looks like Dragon Ball Z. Rodios, what has anyone ever said your art looks like?
I don't know.
Furry.
Hey, chat. To those of you who are here, what does my artwork remind you of the most? Let's
To
just
those of you who are here.
I don't know who's still watching. Sorry, it's just sometimes I'm reading the chat. I'm keeping an eye on it right now. There's not a lot just happened. There's like 6 people watching. Pain,
Yeah.
you say? Pain,
Oh, no.
CRW gamer? What? This man coming after my life. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't even know how I feel about that. My dude, I thought we was boys, but apparently we ain't boys.
I mean, boys actually show up to live streams.
Hey, maybe boys don't be doing live streams during my work hours, huh? How about that? I'm
What's more
busy.
important, your audience or your job?
I can't have an audience if I have no place to live.
No. Like, what's more important, your audience or your job?
You think-
I want you to answer that question.
If I had to move back in with my mom, do you think I could have these streams? I'm so
Yes.
very loud. She'd be like, "Boy, why are you making so much noise?"
Oh no.
Mama, I'm just talking to my friends. There only 6 people online. 2 of them is you. Mama, I'm trying. I'm trying to start an empire. I'm gonna be the next. I'm gonna be the next PewDiePie. Who that is? She doesn't talk like that. I'm just making up a voice for her. You know she doesn't talk like that at all. I'm sorry, Mama. I'm making a point. You about to get a point? You about to get a point?
Bridget's voice going in the chat.
Oh my goodness.
Young man, you said what?
Hey, Mama, I was just joking with you. You better stop joking. About to find yourself hurt. Yeah, she don't talk like that. I don't know why I'm be giving her that voice.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
It's like giving her the stereotypical black mom voice. It's not acceptable, and I'm sorry.
How could you do this to your mother? You should be ashamed of yourself.
I should be, but I don't know.
I don't know.
She's not watching. She doesn't know. She might watch when she finds out it's there.
No, Rodolus, watch your tongue. That's what Katon says every time he says his wife isn't watching.
Yeesh.
Absolutely right. Stereotypical wife, stereotypical mother.
Stereotypical wife.
Yes.
Honey, how come you can't be more, original? Like, what are you talking about? Hey, you're very stereotypical. I look at you and you've got, this whole thing about you. What do you mean, a thing about me? You remind me of, I don't know. I'm certain I don't. Oh, you don't want me to say it. I really do now. I'm actually invested in this. It's like, well, you see, you remind me a lot of a cartoon character. Oh, okay. Yeah, So, like, not serious? I take you seriously. Like, that's not what I'm hearing right now.
People tell me I look like a cartoon character all the time.
Well,
I don't know how.
I mean, you've got some exaggerated features.
What?
People told me I look like that.
A little
I
bit,
have
maybe.
some exaggerated features.
Cartoonish.
Close to me.
I don't want to be offensive or anything. But, well, it's too late now.
Exactly.
It might be a lot like, what's the guy, Nostalgia Critic, with the freaking expressions that he be making sometimes.
I can see that. I can see it.
Wow.
He reminds me of a cartoon character. And I mean that in a caring way.
You've just got,
Karen?
you've just got those facial expressions that just go way over the top.
Like, are you animating yourself as we speak? What is happening?
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
I never considered that about myself, how my expressions are overly dramatic.
Can you imagine, what's it, real-time animation?
Ugh.
Yikes.
Every single frame, say it's a live stream or something, every frame has to be sent in and then rendered. Every single frame, another person has to send in a drawing.
Ugh.
That sounds like a dead computer.
My computer is dead. I am not having any fun.
So, what is it? Yeah, Katon, you are definitely a cartoon character. Rodolus is just a normal dude with a really genuine and heartwarming
Colorful
smile.
vocabulary.
What's up with this vocabulary? Do you not like my vocabulary? Did it bother you that I
never
talk the
said
way I
that.
do? I get the feeling that there might be... You're pointing it out?
Honestly, Rodolus, not even joking here, talking seriously, you probably have one of the most sophisticated sounding vocabularies I've ever heard anyone speak throughout my entire life. Very well spoken.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate
Like,
that.
you don't belong in this era, man.
I perfectly do. I'm a man of my time. I'm from here. I'm from here, though. I'm like y'all, though. I'm chill. I'm trill. I'm feeling a little. How do you know what I feel?
You speak like, you speak like the Rodolus.
What do I
You
feel?
speak like the weird kid in the office that everyone kind of likes, but some people also... You're into that guy in the office that people either find incessantly annoying or very endearing.
No.
Which character? You're talking about that, creepy dude?
Not the office, the show. I mean, just in general.
In an
Like
office.
in the workplace.
Interesting. Interesting that you'd use a reference like that, being that you don't work in an office. But okay. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. I'm trying to have some friends.
Luckily, we're the only friends you have.
Luckily. Oh. I don't know about that one, Chief.
Got any
Luckily,
Roto's
said
family
luckily.
friends outside of Discord? That's a personal question. But since we're basically family now.
I have friends outside of Discord. I've like friends of mine from college and stuff. I've been trying to get one of these dudes to help us out with the game project.
College.
Yeah, I went for a bit.
College boys.
For a bit.
Yeah, right? Can we agree that none of us have graduated college? Agree.
Ooh.
Same.
I mean,
The world don't need to know that.
no, it didn't. What's
What I put
Norman's?
on my resume is the truth as far as it's concerned.
Oh no! Do you be telling people that you graduated with honors? I did that once. Not a good move. No.
I
Deleted
did a good
scene
thing,
from The
Doc.
Office. It's hentai and it's
No,
art.
like, I did that once. Not a good move. Honestly, I still don't know I have my current job.
They thankfully my boss doesn't watch my streams. I told him.
No.
I
And he joins in the chat.
Hey, who's got 2 thumbs and no longer employed? You!
Damn.
That one wasn't even Tobin's fault, boy.
I wasn't even told right. Alright. Sintara. Sintiri. Tuturi, tara, tiri. Whoopity whip.
Oh,
Whoopity whoopity
what would
whoopity
you
whip.
say my face looks like?
I don't know.
Jesus Christ.
I don't know what your face. I've seen your face. What am I talking about?
See my face.
Scooby Dooby Doo.
Scooby Dooby Doo, here are you.
Are you trying to say that I look like Shaggy or that I look like Scooby Doo?
I'm trying to say you look like you come straight out of the 70s with your hairstyle, or I don't know what kind of style you're trying to achieve.
CRW Gamer, you have been demoted to customer.
A customer service representative.
No, just a customer.
Facing, you worked in retail, and that's what your status was within the company. You
Customer.
have been demoted to customer.
Yow.
Oh
that
my
hurts.
god.
That would be painful. Vertex. Can I,
Actually, Rotos, I'm gonna show you my Shaggy Doo cosplay.
Oh my goodness. At center.
It's not a cosplay.
It's real life.
Okay. I confused myself for a second.
I have heard from people before. What's it? People have said that my face, like looking at my face, I look like I'm constantly in pain or misery, like I'm never happy.
That's a issue.
Sorry to hear it. I'm amazed that my internet's still holding up. I'm sorry. I don't mean to get off of that topic, but
Well, you aren't using the
Those
internet
damn
anymore.
kids.
I am still streaming. Yes, it says excellent connection. Don't try to lie to me. Don't scare me like that. Yeah, you do look like freaking
the way
Shaggy.
They drew us around that.
Hey,
Yo,
you.
I never realized how much chest Esmeralda showed.
I mean,
Wow.
Megara still has the larger situation, I would say.
Whoa,
Yeah, Megara, like, what the hell is she wearing?
Megara.
Rotos, what happened to your stream? Look at your display.
I
Supposed to be like that?
no, it's not. I moved the screen over and it got, you know how it goes half size. It'll be fine in a moment. There
Right.
it is. It's okay now.
There we go.
That's not supposed to happen like that.
He said, why do you have Comcast?
Me? Who said I had Comcast?
Got my voice.
What are you looking at? Oh, he's talking to. Okay. He's talking to me.
Whack internet.
Got that whack
Oh no,
internet.
I didn't say anything either. I have no idea what he's talking about.
I think he
But,
might be making a joke about Comcast sucking, but no, I don't do the Comcast.
So Rotolis, what do you think of my Shaggy Doo cosplay?
It's frightening. I don't like it. It's fine. I think it's just the camera itself. It's making it look like you're a murderer. I thought I was like, what is going on? What's going on? Oh geez, it's still up on my screen. Oh my god. It's watching me. That's how I keep tab on people. Just send them this picture and I know things. Why you doing this to me? How come you don't like me? Why are we enemies? How come we can't work together? I don't like that you
See,
do the
What
things
was
that
it?
you do.
It's like I never wanted to have hair this long ever again, but then COVID happened.
I understand.
Cut your own hair.
COVID
That's what I've been doing.
shave. Oof.
That saves me money.
I imagine it does.
Right now.
Cut your hair. Give me hair.
Luckily,
I like,
wearing
the king of
hats,
hair.
so if
hair,
I mess
hair.
up, I'm just gonna wear a hat.
Look,
Hair,
man, if I
hair.
cut my hair, my own hair, I'm gonna look like that friggin' over the moon girl throughout the rest of my life.
Oh no!
Over the moon.
Uneven layering right there.
There we go. Boom shakalaka, boom shakaloo. Bimble bamble, wimble wamble, dingle dang.
Rotalist, or not
Single
rotalist,
sang.
cat on my
Whippledy
hair,
hippity
it's all
hippity
over
whippledy
the
dip.
place. It's not even.
Do you have a comb?
I do have a comb. Thank you for asking.
Oh, this is technological.
I actually don't comb my hair.
Musical.
My hair just like coils up.
I can't
That's
comb
it.
my hair. It's just very, very curly.
Although,
I pick it out. I just
recently-
need to cut it off.
recently I decided to grab this this winter hat. It's like a velvet kind of burgundy sort of color. And I put that on my head, looked in my mirror, and I'm like, I look like a flipping bum right now.
Oh no.
You look like a bum. Hey, it's good that you say that about yourself before someone else goes like, "Hey, you look like a bum."
I think that's how New Yorkers talk to each other.
No, I wasn't making fun of New York. I was making fun of some other place that people talk
No.
like that.
Not up here anyway. Up here I'm yelled at for other reasons.
Oh no!
Because
Get off
you're
my
blue
lawn!
and they're red.
Get off my lawn, you whippersnapper! I don't think you can
No,
tell that by
relax.
looking at someone.
No, Cat Tom was the more correct.
Oh, all right then. Bird. This is not a bird. This is a girl with a hair cut. That's looking a little bit better. Obviously, we need a new tail. That's not gonna cut it, but the gloves are
God
fine.
damn, man. Why do I look so bad? I love that. Horrible in
You
it.
know, you can design products since you know how to do all this 3D modeling and things like that.
I suppose I could.
Rotalist want to do 3D printing? That's not at all what that is.
Oh, yikes.
I guess we gotta bring in that thigh gap. Anyway,
I need to get into 3D. That's where the job market is at.
sure, people still like 2D art and drawing and that kind of stuff, concept work. Of course, I don't know exactly what kind of level. I imagine it's very competitive. Of course, it's all competitive. If it's worth
Very.
doing, it's
Nobody
competitive.
wants 2D animation anymore, and it makes me sad.
Oh, people do 2D anime. Okay. I still haven't deleted my Thick Yiga Boy account. Oh, you still have a Thick Yiga Boy account. CRW Gamer. Oh, good times.
Like,
Good
I'm thinking about what is it? What was I gonna say? Yeah, 2D animation. It's like, in terms of movies, the only time you're ever gonna see 2D animation in a film is for like one element of a texture, or like one animated sequence. You're never seeing a fully animated 2D movie right now.
It's unfortunate, but it seems true. So we will believe it. Believe it! What's going on
And
with
it
your
sucks,
face,
like, when
girl?
you see all this amazing, and it sucks when you see all this amazing independently made animation on the internet,
Mm-hmm.
and it's just like rarely does it ever get picked up anywhere by any sort of like company or studio or anything. It just looks, because 3D is just cheaper. It's easier.
Yeah, to some extent it is, yes. It's cheap, we can do it over and over again, easy to reproduce. I don't know. Don't have to hire all
Oh, we're
these.
out of music. Let me get...
Oh, that over? Oh, okay. That was the soundtrack to No Straight Roads, a game that I'm probably going to buy now, because it's got some pretty banging music. Though the English version of some of those rap songs, Gorbaggio, I'm sorry. unavoidable. It's just the truth.
Do you want to play Nintendo music in here right now?
I don't want to get copy strikes, so no. Unfortunately. Otherwise, yes, I would listen to that.
All right, let's see.
Of course, I have no idea whether or not this was copy struck. I just don't think it was. We'll find out soon.
Wah.
Mana. What? Manamina. This girl got a neck. Holy crap, she got a neck. Okay, right.
A whole neck.
A whole
A lot of
neck.
characters can't have necks. That's true.
Oh, look at these eyes. They're already not normal Sonic character eyes. So we gotta
If
just...
she has a neck, she's officially a Looney Tune.
Oh, Shadow of the Colossus. Very nice and very good choice, I would... If I do say so myself, yes. The Shadow of the Colossus.
Oh, me and my wife is about to watch a very interesting movie later.
Oh, okay. She's like, me and my wife about to play Shadow of the Colossus later. I'm like, oh, really? I'd watch that.
I would totally watch that, actually.
Come on! How come you not let me incline
where
you?
do I go? There's nowhere to be.
Oh, and I bought some sake yesterday from this local place who makes their own sake.
Oh.
And I was speaking some Japanese with him. Oh,
Oh.
my god.
Oh my goodness.
And he hooked me up. He let me try a couple of shots
He
first.
must have been like, oh, look, another
5
weed.
shots.
Look, man,
I
I
had like
just
5
wanna-
shots of sake.
Oh, boy.
Sounds like a
And
lot.
He gets you places.
It is.
It's a weed
I was
card.
woozy.
Oh boy.
Oh, man. I can actually totally imagine Katon saying that when playing with Shadow of the Colossus. Like, man, where do I go? There's nowhere to be.
I
put all
I
these
tend to
lists up?
get lost in damn games like that.
True.
What
It's
the
more
hell
expensive,
are
that's
these
why.
controls?
I got lost in Halo too.
I mean, there's a little wayfinding thing. It's not that... You know what? Never mind. I got lost a lot of times playing it. And it's like, when you really think about it, there aren't that many places to go. But your
Assassin's
first...
Creed, I got lost.
And that thing has
like,
a friggin' map.
Shadow of the Colossus is a very linear game with a weirdly confusing yet simple overworld.
Yeah, it's minimalistic, right? They were talking about the guys when they were making it. It's like, we had to justify everything being in there, so we took a lot of things out. Like fighting on horseback and stuff. And
Oh
enemies.
no, that's really fun.
And NPCs.
No, fighting on horseback in Shadow of the Colossus would be like,
I mean, had like whole Colossus. There was supposed to be 42 Colossus in the game. There's only 16, and it's like I can't only imagine what those would have been like. There's pictures of them, obviously, but you know,
if there were 42 Colossus in the game, where would they be?
I guess they would have made the map a little bit larger to accommodate that, and of course they probably would have just put them in more places around the map. A lot of them just come out of the ground anyway, so it's like, oh, this is a Colossus.
You know, it'd be crazy if the last Colossus ended up being the temple you've been walking through the whole.
it just gets up out of the ground like, "Brr, brr. Bet you didn't see that coming. I'm Dorman. Anyway,
And then you have to get to the top of the tower.
and you don't have enough grip because you've not been playing hard enough, and he just chases you around the overworld. You gotta kill lizards in order to get to him.
I'm gonna share your stream
Oh,
since you obviously need my help.
oh, thank you.
Doodle doody dee da dum do dum
Dee bom, dee boom, dee bee. I mean, Rotolis 2 has been freaking inactive for so long. I'm pretty sure people think I died.
You know what?
Wouldn't be
Screw
surprised.
it. Yeah, that. I mean, you occasionally tweet. Really, the most active you've ever been is in this server.
Yeah, no, I'm not really all over the
Don't you
internet.
have other servers like mine?
Yeah, I suppose.
You're never in your server.
Thinking about
Sure I
rewatching Ben 10, not a bad idea. Haven't really watched it the first time through. I mean, I watched the first couple episodes, I guess.
What about Teen Titans? Have you watched the 2003 one?
Oh, yeah.
I did watch that one. Yes. When
Okay.
there's trouble, you know who to call.
Ben 10 is actually really cool.
something, 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 something,
From
something.
the
Yeah.
tower they can see
Something,
it all.
something.
Teen Titans. When there's bad guys, when they're evil on the attack, you can rest knowing they got
You
your
know
back.
that nigga be black.
And they say the world, there's heroes on patrol. Teen Titans go.
It is fun listening to that song and how it's clearly English a little bit. A
Little
little
bit.
English.
With their
I didn't understand the
superpowers,
lyrics when I was a
they
kid.
unite. Right. Teen Titans. Never meant to be laid back. Still, I don't even know what that means. Laid back or something?
I mean, it is certainly being sung by a Japanese woman.
Yeah, Puffy Yumi. Ami Puffy Yumi. Hi.
There was a
Puff-
show,
They got their own show for some reason.
and then they disappeared.
Basically. But they are the ones who sang that song. It's like, what? Hi, Puffy Yumi show. It made no sense.
What? What was it? One sec. What, Lost it. Gone now.
I lost it.
Lost it.
I'm gonna lose it. I lost it. That was the Shrek from, I think, Shrek.
What are some other shows that you remember watching in that era?
In that era, I watched a few episodes of One Piece, I guess, when that was on TV. Code Lyoko. I don't know if that was
Yes.
exactly the same.
Wait, what version of One Piece?
Huh?
What version of One Piece?
Oh, the one that came on, like, Toonami.
4Kids.
4Kids, yeah, that one.
Yeah.
It was the one that was available
I
to
grew
me,
up
and I
with
wasn't
that
about to. I wasn't about to look for the. I didn't realize some of these things. I wasn't aware that they came from Japan. They were just TV that was on TV.
I'm like, this is cartoons.
This is just cartoons, like
I mean,
what was it?
he's not wrong.
What's the
They
thing?
never said that it was like Japanese anime. I
Yeah,
think Toonami was the only one.
The only indication that it was from Japan was the Toonami.
Yeah.
You know, Toonami as in tsunami. I mean, the Japanese word
I mean,
for
they
massive
used
wave.
didn't they used to just straight up say that it was from Japan in Toonami? Like they were just like, yeah, it's Japanese stuff.
Maybe I wasn't paying attention, but they probably did.
Like, as kids, we didn't tie together that Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or anything else was like from
Digimon.
Japan.
Yeah, no, it
Because
just
like
I don't know. I wasn't
four
really,
kids.
It was 4Kids, and it was very, very 4Kids. So, like, they made it, and I was looking at the animation style, didn't even think about it. But that's been the case for years. My mom and dad grew up watching this show called The Amazing 3. And they would sing the little song, Spaceman on a mission, you have to make a very big decision. And then I looked it up, and I'm all like, The Amazing 3 is an anime from the 1960s. And listening to its song in Japanese, I'm like, wow, that's not even almost the same.
Crazy.
Yeah. Hey, Carla, or Luigi Man, welcome to the VPL. How you doing? I should probably start these things later, because it seems like people are more active in the evenings anyway. And also, it's Friday. People were at
What
school.
happened? What
But,
happened with that Lilo and Stitch anime? Now that I think
It
about it,
ended.
Anime.
It had a run, and then
Never-
it came to an end. It actually did have an arc. I didn't watch it, but I know about it. But yeah, no. So it's so
You know,
strange
there's-
seeing that.
I think currently, actually, also there's a Chinese.
That would be weird. Why is that?
A Chinese what?
A Chinese Lilo and Stitch series.
Yikes.
Interesting.
Don't
what,
watch that.
What could that possibly be about?
It's about Stitch hanging out with a girl in
I can
China.
think of a couple of things.
Oh, it's probably just the Japanese one that just redubbed it.
Yeah.
It looks the same.
No. It's an entirely new series, new animation style, all that for China.
Oh, interesting. I'll have to check. Is it not good? Katon said don't watch it. You should get a MAL account. MAL. What is that?
That.
What is that? CRW Gamer.
Malware.
Also,
Yikes.
How's it going, Luigi man? I already said that, but I just want to make sure that you heard me when I say hi.
I was just thinking to myself, I'm gonna play Shadow of the Colossus, and I remembered my first playthrough, and I'm like, I should give the game a second shot. But I remember how my first experience with the game went. I was playing through the game, I was real invested. It's like, oh, this is cool, this is interesting, let's see where this goes. I go to fight the first Colossus, I find out the controls after messing around with them for what seemed like forever and finding out how they actually work. And then I decided to go to the first Colossus I fought. I'm like, oh, that's so cool! Then after that, I went to go to the first one. I'm like, oh. The second one. I'm like, oh.
You didn't like the music?
No, all of that was amazing. It was all sensational. But then,
The lulls in between were too much.
I went to the track to my second Colossus, and I'm like,
Oh, my enemy list. I see. I'm sorry. I just realized what CRW was talking about. I've heard of my anime list. I don't know what they do, but I've...
Wow, we're boomers.
Yeah. I've seen that thing on the television. They talked about
like
it being...
Mao.
Mao? What's a Mao? Give me
Like-
Malo.
It's one of those things. Like, Shadow of the Colossus is awesome, but I'm playing through the game and I'm like,
Well, that's Malo's.
on my way to the second Colossus, and this was like, I felt like this sinking feeling of like, oh, so. I'm like, I loved what the game was, but it's like,
Wow. Sega asked 650 employees to voluntarily retire, cuts executive salaries. They're going through some hard
Well,
times.
I guess Sonic is gonna be sold to Microsoft.
No!
Oh, well.
Nintendo went through hard times too, but they got through it, but they're also a more successful company. Oh no!
they're also
Yikes.
the most like friggin' expensive company in Japan.
Wow. Valuable company, I think you mean to say?
No, valuable, yes.
Expensive. As though we were gonna buy it. Well, it looks like Nintendo's off the table. They're
He's gonna
$32.
buy
I
it
feel like,
eventually.
I mean, if Nintendo was stupid, I feel like Microsoft would probably buy it.
Yeah, they would have to be. That would have to be their dumbest move ever to let someone else buy
What
them.
would
another
Nintendo
competitor.
need Sonic for? Just to buy him and let him die like
Well,
all the
I
other
thought of
IPs they
this-
have?
I thought of this as a joke. Before, but I'm like, Microsoft getting real close with Nintendo, having them put their games on everything. I'm like, what if they just bought Nintendo? I know that's never happening, but it's funny to think about.
Yes.
Microsoft is trying to buy Nintendo.
Let's watch The Simpsons and see what they say.
I don't want to, because it'll turn out to be true. How about that? Does it look better? Or like that?
Microsoft, I feel like could buy Nintendo. Honestly, I thought about this a lot. If Sonic was sold to any gaming company, like not even just like studio, like not even like Spearhead, like Sony or Microsoft, any like studio or game dev, I'd want Sonic to be owned by Insomniac.
I could see that.
That'd be great.
That would be kind of cool, actually. Like Sonic the Hedgehog with a Sunset Overdrive playstyle.
It'd be like Sonic the I mean, I feel like not Microsoft, friggin' Insomniac. Wow. Could probably make an entirely different like gameplay style just for Sonic.
Of course
they
they
make
would.
Ratchet like Spider-Man.
No, I imagine they would actually put the time in to create a playstyle that would make the character fun. Instead of going back to the drawing board every time and then typing, and then like okay guys, pros and cons. Boost formula versus adventures. Like, how come we don't innovate? Shut up! Boost or adventure? Pros and cons!
I feel like Insomniac, like day one of owning the IP, would be like, "All right, we're making a game," and then by the end of that shift, everyone was like, "All right, this is our gameplay style. Okay, this is our story."
I don't imagine the end of the day, but I feel like they
I'm
would.
getting a call from Florida right now. Get out of here.
They'd like you to buy some eggs. Or whatever the scammers are doing these days. Is that?
But
Which theme is
but
this?
yeah, like, what else do you think Insomniac could do with Sonic?
I don't know.
That's
Completely.
I have no
What did
idea.
you say, Kato?
I think they'll redesign him to make him look more.
Like Ratchet.
Yeah, look more like Ratchet.
Oh no! I think that might be freaking suicide. People would hate that.
I feel like at that point you might as well just use the Sonic movie design.
Oh my god.
Ew. What? No. Calm down with that.
Not the old one. Not the old one.
Oh.
Ooh.
Like, I could
This
honestly
music
see the
sounds like
Sonic
some
movie
monster
Sonic
movie.
sitting alongside Ratchet.
I wouldn't. This music.
And it's good.
This music right now would not be out of place in freaking a Godzilla movie.
Godzilla movie.
Yeah, like just.
I feel it.
Wow, Samurai Shampoo is amazing.
This does sound like Godzilla music.
Some of it does. Some of it sounds like something from Studio Ghibli, especially freaking Revived Power, which is my favorite theme. It's the coolest theme.
Japanese people must be blind because a lot of anime characters be wearing glasses.
It's a trope, bro. It's not. They're not blind. They're fine. They're good at seeing.
Oh my god.
Some of the coolest
Now-
characters are glasses wearers, like the Quincy guy. What was his name?
I would actually love. It's like, oh my god. Hear me out. Insomniac buys Sega, or not buys Sega, buys Sonic at least.
I don't.
They buy Sonic, along with probably Sega. Their first Sonic game is
Jesus.
Sonic Adventure 3.
Goodness gracious me.
Their
Okay.
Their first Sonic game is Sonic Adventure 3 with the IP. And then they have the most amazing, perfected 3D Sonic gameplay everyone's ever wanted. And then they announce, oh, there's going to be multiple playable characters. Knuckles, Tails, all your favorites. Tails specifically, we finally get to see his gameplay. People have been waiting with bated breath for months to see Insomniac's interpretation of the Tails character with this perfected Sonic gameplay style.
Mhm.
It's a copy and paste of NJ's stealth section.
Why does Tails have to hide? He can destroy bandits. No, Tails is weak, and as a child, he must be protected at all costs. Yeah.
Who goes there?
Hello. That is
Destiny.
Welcome to the Variable
Wait,
Productivity
wait,
live
wait,
stream.
wait.
Destiny, I thought you was somebody who was not welcome here. But welcome.
What? Okay, anyway. No, he's always talking about what he's talking about. Anyway, I'm working on some stuff on my stream today. Welcome, chat. This is Destiny, one of our concept artists for the Project Armada. Yeah, we just chilling, we hanging, doing our thug fizz naive. What are you doing on this wonderful? What day is it? Friday. There we go. I'd be forgetting.
Doing good.
Cool.
Doing good.
Very good.
Oh!
I'm all right.
Oh!
What are we? What?
Hey, never mind. Something related to politics. I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna DM this to Rodolfo.
I don't know if I'm ready for it. Anyway, we got the thing here. So
I
we
think
got the
you
body. I'll take it out. Take a look at it later. Rotation. I need to give her hair. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna share my screen so you guys can see what I'm doing. It's probably gonna ruin my whole Blender thing. It's gonna go like, oh, the internet was fine and now it's broken. Good job. Anyway. I don't know what the hair looks like from any other angle but the front. So this is gonna be a problem. I have to imagine what her hair looks like.
Okay, let's see here. So Rodolus, I'd say just take a quick glance at this right now. This is very interesting.
Alright, I will take a look at it. What? Very interesting. Okay, cool. Let's get back here. Donde está the thing I was doing? Okay, right. Clara. Clara the thing. Clara, I don't know what she is. The character.
Oh my goodness gracious.
What would you say, Destiny?
I was saying, is this a commission?
This is a commission, yes. Trying to finish this thing up. I've been working on it forever, and I don't want to talk about how long it's been. It's been a long time, and I am amazed that the commissioner hasn't yelled at me. They may have forgotten, and that's even worse. So, I need to get this done.
I'm not gonna buy nothing from you.
You better not. You better not. I think it's probably for the best. I've been delinquent on my commissions. I want to do more, which is why I'm doing this now, so I can just get this done and get back to doing my commissions like I used to. Didn't usually take longer than 14 days to make these things, just to make sure that they were all good. But I feel like I've hit a wall. Like, I know what to do next, I just don't want to. I'm fiddling around, I'm just randomly fidgeting with it, which means I think it's a good time to stop working on it, take a break from it. I've been working on this for about the last 3 hours, so we're in a good spot to just chillax. I don't know. What else are we gonna do? Where's anyone talking? No, it's talking in there. Okay. I think this one's called Violent Encounter. Very appropriate.
Hey, Capcom, check your DMs.
I think I'm gonna have to. Yeah, we're just gonna take a straight up break. We'll work on something else. Let's just make a new project, General.
Big win.
Let me take a look at this. Actually, let's go to open
Wow.
recent. Actually, not recent. Let me go to one of my
You see that?
my own characters.
You see that, Katon?
A map of where and where not to go. That's how I'm looking at it. Like,
That's very interesting. I wasn't expecting this, honestly. I was expecting like
3D
1 or 2, but not
comics.
all, like 3 of them.
my predictions may have been farce because I have no faith in humanity whatsoever.
No, what am I looking for? Looking for my characters, aren't I? But I can't remember where I put them. I was gonna do a redesign of Sally at some point. I will do that, just not right now, because I'd have to start from the beginning.
Sally Acorn?
Yup. She my favorite. I make no apologies.
What's wrong with Bunny?
Nothing's wrong with Bunny. I like me some Bunny. Bunny is all right. Pimp tight is my favorite theme. Da, 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 da. This makes me think like of a Miyazaki film or something. Like Nausicaa, The Valley of the Wind, or Castle in the Sky, or literally any of them. I don't know why.
So you like orchestras?
Oh, I love them. This is
Oh,
freaking
I
great.
love Orc.
You're really not part of. You belong in the 18th century.
Oh, I
Goodbye,
don't.
sir.
No,
I don't-
get
do you-
out of here, right?
Katon, have you seen any
You're
movies?
telling me you don't like orchestras.
No, I
You're
like
wrong.
orchestras. I'm saying between the orchestras, the way you speak, and just like your overall mindset, you belong in this century.
I belong in this century plenty.
I
Excuse
feel like he
you.
belongs in this century.
I just,
feel like
I'm a
Bro
little
was
bit
woken
different.
up.
I'm a little bit different. But I'm just as good as the rest of y'all.
Also, I hope Rodalis, not this century, okay. Depending on when in last century, I hope Rodalis isn't there.
Yeah, no,
I think
agree.
Rolis's mind would have been better well used in a century that was filled with smarter humans.
No, here's
that's
the thing,
this one.
Katon. Here's the thing. Regardless of how smart Rodalis would have been, it wouldn't have mattered depending on where he would have been in that century.
You know what? You are absolutely right.
So, like, I'm here. Like, what's his name said? Booker T. Washington. Cast down your bucket where you are. This is where I am. This is where I'll
Yikes.
stay. Cold never bothered me anyway. That's how that was the full quote from Booker T. Washington.
Wow.
Yes. That's what I got to say about that. Ha! Hip hop huh. Alright, so let's see here. Characters. Oh, roadless characters. That's what I'm looking for. A Dewey. But where did I put that? Oh, looks like I don't know where I put anything. Project music, games, new folder, yeah, textures.
Don't say a folder that you don't want anybody to know out loud.
Boogie down. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have told people about my boogie down folder. It's just videos of me boogieing down. They're all GIFs. Boogie down.
Connect.
Characters, textures, gameplay capture, games.
Oh, Catron, did you see the Connect 6?
Connect 6? What is that?
Never mind.
We'll talk about it later. Roadless projects. Why can't I find what I'm looking for? Ah, my organization could use some work. Actually, wait.
I'm proud of Rocket based on what's happening right now.
Roadless projects. Roadless portal. No. Yes? Is that it? No. That's very much not it. Jonathan! Where you put it? It's been so long. I haven't looked at it in forever. Roadless.
This is a good effort.
Work stuff.
Crap.
How dare you say that on my stream? You have earned yourself a demerit.
Demerit?
Yep, a demerit. You're not going to be able to win the the pizza slice coupon like the other students.
Well, then
Okay.
you know what? If the other students decide to vote, I'm going to cut the voting, and I'm going to tell Pizza Hut to stop all voting.
Oh
No, I'm gonna tell Pizza
You
Hut
couldn't
that
be
any
more
votes counted
on-
after the day of the event.
You
No, I'm
guys-
gonna tell Pizza Hut that any days counted after the first day of the event, they don't count.
You
They're
guys
not real.
couldn't be more on the nose if you tried with those references. I'm gonna need you to be a little more subtle with your humor.
We're talking about Pizza Hut.
Oh, of course you are. Yeah, no, definitely. I'm simple enough to believe that. So my character. There we go. My characters. Derp. Okay, found
I
it.
mean, you do say that you're simple all the time.
I do say that, but you can't say that. There we go. This guy. I found what I was looking for.
You know, okay, honestly, thinking about this right now, I'm looking at the election results and not talking about anything in
Why?
specific, just looking at the line right here. I'm imagining it as a Kamehameha.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Everything
What
is
is that?
related to Dragon Ball. This is a Maseroth. It is an alien species I made up for a story that I was working on with a friend of mine from college. It didn't go anywhere, but I was trying to model its head.
That's scary.
It looks really cool.
Thank you. I kind of got stuck because I don't know exactly what their bodies are supposed to look like underneath the robes that they wear. So it's kind of just like a
That
robe.
is really scary looking. Very
Yeah, like-
demonic.
It's not
Oh,
demonic.
that's your
They're-
little...
yeah.
I'm not
He
uh,
might look scary, but I'm sure he has a good heart.
he does have a good heart. This is Lucerne. He is a alien from not the future. He's an alien from the past. He came and sort of embedded himself into the consciousness of a man named Giuseppe hundreds of years ago, making that man more intelligent, leading to a lineage of super smart people, as he sort of took a little bit of their life force in order to repair himself over time, only to manifest himself in the most recent Giuseppe of the Giuseppe family, which is not a surname. I don't know why we decided on that, but whatever. Then he sort of manifests in order to take the battle once again to the stars. None of this makes any sense because I'm not giving you full context, because I might actually one day want to finish the story.
What are you waiting for?
Nothing, actually. Because my friend and I were actually working on it pretty actively for a while, and we just sort of fell off because he's busy and got married and has a life. And I was working on this game project.
That's not important. This is important.
He's no face. Okay.
He does look a bit like General Grievous, though.
It's not intentional, I assure you. I think it's probably around
It's
the
a
eyes.
really nice looking character. Did you draw it that on paper?
Yes, I did. I drew this picture. I used to draw all the time, actually, before I started modeling. Some of the last drawings that I did were the pictures I drew of Sally and the Freedom Fighters and Sonic and all that kind of stuff. It's easy for me to draw one-off pictures a lot of the time. This is the reproducible stuff I have trouble with, especially when I'm creating something that is designed by somebody else. I'm not terribly disciplined as a 2D artist, or a 3D artist for that matter.
Let me ask you a question.
What is your
So
question?
does Blender have some sort of mechanism where it can like give you a pre-program like mesh and you can just like create the pieces and just connect it to the mesh without like having an actual picture there for reference?
So, what what do you mean? Like, because they have. You're talking about like meshes. What comes to mind is this: like, I can bring in a plane, a cube, a circle, a torus, all these different primitive shapes, or you can bring in the monkey, which is just like a test
monkey?
mesh. Yeah, you can see this. Oh, I don't know if you can see my screen. Am I still streaming?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that is. This is. Actually, I don't know. The monkey. I think it's either Baker.
A monkey.
Yeah, a little monkey head. But it's low poly, obviously, and it's designed to test things. It's not really meant to be used for anything, but you can use it. I think it's called Baker. I'm not sure. But mesh, though, those are the meshes. If you're talking about bringing in a character model already, is that what you're talking about? So, like,
Yeah, like just like a you know the Smash Brother, you know Super Smash Brothers and how you do like 100-man Smash and they have those grid-like characters, like a grid,
Basic
yeah,
Man?
and then you just like
Like
do
a
your
very-
stuff.
I don't know. Blender doesn't have that. So if I go like, they have like things like primitives, but if you wanted to bring in just like a basic dude mesh, you'd have to go online and download like a human mesh. There's plenty of those available for free, and you download that, you open it up here in Blender, and then you could use it like that. And it'd be relatively easy because all you have to do is like import an object or something like that, and now it'll just be in there at the size that it was scaled at, and then you can add things to it that way. But no, nothing so... actually, let me do something here. I'm going to import something, or append something, because it was also in Blender. I'm going to bring in another character model that I had done a while ago. His name is Canis Majoris. Because one of the things about this story, right, the story of RFR, Run Fight Run, which is the name of the story, which is the doofiest name that when we came up, we thought it was cool, was that the stars are living beings. It's just, we see them as
wrote
points
a
of
pilot.
light. We wrote like a pilot. We did a little episode, little animation for it. But
And
the-
I liked it. The animation was weird, but I liked the pilot a lot. The script was nice.
yeah, we wrote some script down. It's a pretty long freaking script. But where is the thing, Professor? No.
It was basically the entire first episode of a TV series.
Yeah, we didn't know exactly what we were targeting as our medium, and none of us could really animate for real. He does 2D sometimes, but it's like he's busy, so like a lot of it's just sort of, whatever, sort of fell by the wayside. But let me hang on just a second. Blender projects, Tales Adventure Armada. No, actually, yeah, I'm in the right
Get
place.
that project out of your head already and focus on your own stuff.
Be quiet. First of all, I like that project. It's fun. But also, I understand, and I'm going to be working on more of my own things. I just have no... Like, the thing about this particular project, Run Fight Run, is it doesn't have a destination. Like, I don't know exactly what it's supposed to be.
You can make one.
I know, but it's just like, I'd talk to him about it and be like, hey, let's do this. And then you're like, he'd probably agree, because, he's too busy to
Do
disagree.
you need
But
his input?
I want his input. It's a universe we're creating together. He's one of my best
Relinquish
friends.
all the rights of it and just find a new friend.
Okay, that's not how that works. I don't betray people, Katon. That's your thing. But what was I gonna say? Documents, Lambert. Darn it. I got kicked. Did I get kicked? I got kicked from the internet, ladies and gentlemen. Just a moment. I'll be back online. Is my internet still good? No, my stream is still going. Let's see what
Yes.
people are saying in the chat. Oh, nothing. Perfect. Nothing has changed. That's great. When this starts happening, you start going like, you know what? I think it's about time we come to an end on this stream. No one's looking at anything. I have like
I mean,
7
I'm
concurrent.
enjoying it. And
Oh,
I'm
no,
sure
I'm-
Cryo and Destiny are.
Oh no, it's great.
Oh,
I appreciate you guys being
so
here and
great.
all that, and the support. I appreciate it.
See, unlike you, I actually show up to my friends' streams.
Ah, man. You do it when you feel like it. Calm down.
All right.
Sometimes you don't show up at all.
First off, Katon, you are lying to yourself if you still believe that garbage.
I
How
mean,
could you say that? I have plenty of friends that stream, and I show up to their streams.
just never our streams. I see. You were saying friends in general.
No, I'm saying no. I'm just trying to say that. Well, not that. First off, that's another lie. I'm talking about Rodolus not being in your stream.
Oh,
I
he'll
mean,
show up,
I can't
but
be-
he won't stay.
Man, I'm doing something else, man. I expect that when people. Oh my goodness. Okay, the internet's starting to go crazy over here. Not my stream,
See,
but
that's
I'm
why
getting
you have
kicked.
to bend them to your will.
Friends don't
Almost
bend
has a
friends to
job.
their will. Wow. Okay, you ain't gotta say it like that, Cryo.
You know,
Like-
my wife
I'm
thinks
not
that if I
saying
ever
you
become
don't,
president,
I'm
I'll be a
saying that you
dictator.
have a job. Like Rodolus has a job. He can't do that. I'm not saying you don't. I'm saying he does.
By the way, he said like he has a
Who said that he
job.
didn't have a job?
No one said I didn't have a job, but it just seemed like he was saying that. It's like that was a mark against Katon. I was like, don't say it like that. It's not his fault. The job market sucks right now. I'm lucky that I still have my job. And they fired me.
I had jobs, but
Right.
I'm a snob.
A little bit, but you know what? You work. You don't just accept stuff. You know you know your worth, and that's important, I suppose. Hang on, just a second. I was gonna do something. Was I gonna append? I was gonna append. Yes. Append. Object. I named this thing freaking cube. It
Ah,
never got a
shit.
name. Here we go. VY Canis Majoris. Now, he's based on a drawing that I made a long time ago. Okay, I got disconnected again. Beautiful. Perfect. How is the stream doing?
Are you okay?
I don't know. I'm worried that I'm not. Maybe there's too many things running at once. I don't want to stop streaming.
So,
People are watching
I'm
it.
gonna go and okay, Destiny's gonna leave because
Okay.
they have some meditation yoga studies going on.
Oh, really? Nice. Take care then. Enjoy yourself. Old boys, they sure like to boogie down. I mean, dancing. Oh.
I feel like every time Rodolus leaves the chat, he's just like, I'm like 10% closer to ending the live stream now.
Yeah, it's like making me want to stop. I'm getting sick of it. Like,
No,
I'm
you
not
want to end
being
it on a high
forced.
note so it doesn't get screwed up.
but the stream is going fine, actually, right now. What if I gave this dude this head?
I understand
What
that
are
though, like
those?
you start losing the chat and stuff like
What is
that.
what?
It's like,
Oh,
oh
you
man,
can't
I
even see what
should
I'm
end the
looking
stream
at.
now before it destroys itself.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, we had
This
some
is
pretty
scary.
bad streams. Okay, you guys. Things are going all right in the
Is it
stream.
smart?
Hmm?
I was about to be like, Rodolus, is it smart for you to live stream on Discord right now and stream on YouTube at the same time?
That's
Oh.
usually when it all goes downhill.
Yeah, I wasn't streaming most of this time and there was no problem. Maybe that is relevant.
You got some scary ass models here, man.
This is supposed to be based on a drawing that I did. It's like, so what I was talking about before was like the stars are living things, and the
I love this guy.
character
I love this guy.
Canis
I remember him.
Majoris. He is the main antagonist. No one really knows about him because he's a living star, and most people are not aware that the stars are alive and think and plan and plot and essentially control all life in the universe. He's the biggest star. At the time, we thought he was the biggest star because we made this a while ago. The largest star in the universe that we've seen is Scooty, but this is Canis. And he looks kind of like an Anubis with a robe on. We thought he was pretty cool looking. and I gave him some musculature. This was actually one of the first models I've made, after my Sally model, obviously, and it doesn't look that bad. But, this kind of thing, I was wondering if I could reuse the body and, like, have this be his head. And just, like, scale it.
You know, I was afraid last night when we were watching Secret of Nim that Cat Town was going to be like, oh, this is made by Don Bluth. Who's Don Bluth?
Oh, he knows who Don Bluth is. Caton is
Okay.
aware of the Bluth.
I was scared that he wouldn't, though.
Oh. Well, I'm sure Caton is appreciative of your of your trust in his knowledge of 1980s animation icons.
Don Bluth should be an animation icon all the time. But no,
But
Dragon
no.
Slayer movie has to be live action.
That's weird that they're doing that. Oh, I didn't parent that properly. But actually, that body works pretty well.
I don't think that was Don Bluth's choice. I guarantee it.
Oh no, he did not have anything to do with that. I'm almost certain. Why would he have? That's dumb. But you know, it is how the cookies crumbles. So
They were
you've got
making a 2D animated theatrical movie, and it has to be live action now. We had a chance, and now it's gone.
We could have shown Disney what they were missing, and Disney's like, we're not missing anything. We're plenty rich. But like, oh yeah.
No,
that's
and then, no. And then Sony peers over the corner. It's like, really?
true. And then Disney's all like, get back in the corner, Sony, or we'll buy you to death. Do you want to have this fight right now? I don't think you do.
Oh, it's like Disney's like, Sony's like looking at Disney with Over the Moon. It's like, see, Disney, we can do what you do. Ha! And then Disney's like, you can do it. You'd be a valuable asset to our company.
Like, maybe we shouldn't have let them know we exist.
Oh my god, my eye.
What's wrong with your eyes? Is it bright? Long hours being awake?
Honestly, though, if Disney buys Sony Pictures, it's over.
I don't even know if they're allowed
That's
to.
it.
Can you imagine if Disney owned... If Disney bought... I just realized that Disney bought Sony Pictures. Like, yeah, they'd have Spider-Man completely now. They'd own everything.
Yikes.
Then all they'd have to do is buy whoever owns the Hulk, even though if they don't want it.
And Universal.
Yeah, they buy
Oh,
Universal,
it's
and then they would
Oh.
own Universal Studios.
I'm crazy.
This is pretty appropriate music for imagining the scenario.
Disney taking over the world. All right. Okay.
We all knew. The Simpsons knew.
Ah, excuse me. Disney Universal.
Are you alright?
I'm stretching. I think.
All
Oh,
we need
okay.
now... All we need now is for Disney to own, like, CNN or some other news channel or whatever.
Well,
and
they
then
own.
the-
Well, actually, they don't. They own Fox. They don't own Fox News. They decided not to buy that. This is funny.
Good.
They're like, we're good without that. We don't need it. We already are pretty good purveyors of fantasy
Disney's
on
like,
our own.
we love everything, but we'll take everything. But politics, nah, you guys can
You can keep all of that to yourself. You can keep.
It's not brand friendly.
It really isn't. And good on them for not buying it, because what the freak were they gonna do with it?
Turn it into ABC too.
ABC, right? Do they already own a news network? They have ABC. Forgot about that.
No. This the music cue for us realizing that.
Right. All right. Okay. I think I'm gonna call that. I'm gonna call the stream, you guys. It's been a great time, a great run. I'm gonna get back to work
Bowlers
on the
called the
model.
stream before they called the election.
Well, the election's not gonna get called until December 25th. Or about when Cyberpunk comes out.
Christmas Miracle. Or
Yeah.
Travis.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
when Cyberpunk comes out?
Cyberpunk comes out exactly. That's what they were waiting for.
Oh my god.
Anyway, thank you all for coming. It's been a wonderful time. I'm planning on doing another stream on Monday, because Monday and Fridays are
Oh.
essentially my days off. So if they don't give me some bullcrap assignment,
Alright,
then
I'm
you
gonna hold you to that.
have a chance to see me again or hear my voice. And we'll get back to work. We'll be working on the character again. Hopefully finishing up doing the hair. Starting to do some colors and that kind of thing. We'll get to it, though. I'm going to try to finish this model before the end of next week. Because it's been too long. Like I said, I think my commissioner forgot that the thing existed. And that's no good. That's my fault. I'm going to become a better modeler and a better just person. Because 2020,
Yeah, right.
still my year, you guys. 2020 is our year. I will not give it up. 2020.
You're not giving up on is everything going to change the last week of December?
Yes, it is. Everything's just gonna get better, and all the movies are gonna get released at once, and all the sports games.
Yeah, COVID disappears. Every movie that's been
Forever.
delayed gets released in the last week of 2020.
Yep, this is all just a bad dream.
All a bad dream. All a bad dream that I'm having. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. I have been Rodolus, and you have
And
been
you-
wonderful. Goodbye.